Forward to more reporting on that out of Shelley's team. She covers corporates for us here at Bloomberg. Let's get a check of what's going on in futures this morning. As we've been saying, talk about an end to the government shutdown, even if we don't completely understand how it would work in the Senate, because anyone could stop it, is really boosting stocks. S&P futures up another 0.9%. We were already up. We finished Friday higher, even though for the week we were still down.
Yeah, the worst week since early April. So some of the other movers on our radar this morning, there were some other earnings. Tyson's, for example, those shares are moving higher by almost 4%. It expects earnings for 2026 to be little change compared to this year. That's despite beef prices at a record high.
Gold miner Barrick maintained its full-year production target and raised its quarterly dividend as a result of that, and the end of the government shutdown. Shares are up 5%.
Actually, gold is doing better today because of the end of the government shutdown, right? I think gold's higher, which also doesn't make a lot of sense.
It is true. Spot gold is up to over $4,000 now, $4,089 a troy ounce. Instacart finally here providing an upbeat earnings outlook as orders grow at a healthy clip. I don't know what a healthy clip is, but orders are growing.
They're growing, yeah, that's the net sum of that. All right, coming up on the show, U.S. airlines cut flights, a chaotic weekend for travelers, more on the headwinds facing airliners, and maybe what the end of the government shutdown does to them. That's all coming up on Bloomberg Open HS.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back in another season of The Deal, with athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
1-1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Up in our zone.
I want to light fires in people's lives. That is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insights with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Getting out of high interest, look what's making headlines around the world. Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy will be released from jail after serving 20 days of his 5-year sentence linked to an alleged campaign funding from Muammar Gaddafi's regime. A Paris court approved his release while he appeals the conviction and ordered that he remain in France. Sarkozy, who was held in solitary confinement, called his time behind bars a nightmare. The 70-year-old maintains his innocence with appeal hearings expected next year. Citadel is launching a new stock picking unit in London as it expands its European footprint. The division will take larger, longer-term stakes in European companies, marking a shift from Citadel's faster trading style. The move comes as multi-manager hedge funds like Citadel race to put record inflows of capital to work. And heavy snow in Chicago is adding to nationwide travel chaos as the government's flight restrictions enter a fourth day. More than 10,000 flights were delayed or canceled yesterday, and airlines warned more disruptions are likely with fresh snow falling. The gridlock comes as the shutdown drags past 40 days, leaving air traffic controllers unpaid and straining the system ahead of the busy Thanksgiving travel window. Danny?
Let's get more.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell. Thank you for joining. We are live streaming on Rumble and on YouTube and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can follow me on X and GETTR. You can also follow me on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please do. All these videos are for free. Share the links. Ask your social media to follow me. And that's a great way to help support the work that I do. You can also support, because all these videos are for free, you can support by donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon and Substack channel. You can also follow me on TikTok. There's lots of modalities to consume the content that I have. So please subscribe. And if you would like to help support, please donate. You can also get great products from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get ebooks, supplements, and also course material on immunology and pulmonology. You learn a lot about the immune system and how your lungs work. So it's a great way to get lots of videos, lots of PDFs about how those systems work. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow my advice to slow down the aging process, stack the supplements the way I tell you to, and you will benefit from that stack. And I'll explain throughout this broadcast exactly how to stack these supplements and what they do for you. Please go to my store and get the Structural Nail Silver Soaps. I have 4 different versions of it. You can get it in peppermint, lavender. You can also get it in lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. Get a few bars for your household. Be prepared for the fall and the winter season. Again, this is made from structural nail silver. In addition, they're great for the gift season, the holiday season. You're looking for stocking stuffers? This is perfect for it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nail silver soaps. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. All caps, discount 5. Thank you for joining. Now let's continue with the news.
Hold up and might think twice about booking travel, especially as they watch the chaos unfold. And so we still have to wait and see what the booking trends look like when the airlines sort of give us more of an update as to what the impact of the shutdown and restrictions were. But in terms of sentiment, it definitely plays into sentiment.
I mean, the airline stocks in general, the big ones, right, have all rallied since Liberation Day. So they were higher at the beginning of the year, but they took a huge hit into April. And since then, they're all on the uptrend, at least United, American, Delta. Does this put that at risk?
I mean, United and Delta had great results, and they talked about how they have a consumer base that isn't as affected by inflation and higher prices because they are sort of more immune to those things, and they've sort of gone more premium. They've sort of changed their aircraft mix to add more premium seating, and that's why we've seen the low-cost carriers struggle a little more. But in terms of sentiment, yes, there was the airlines also cut their estimates for the year when the Liberation Day tariffs came around because they weren't quite sure what the economy looked like. And then they sort of been more bullish and more optimistic about the prospects for next year. So that's why airline stocks have been where they are.
All right, Sid, thanks so much for joining us. Sid Phillip is our global aviation correspondent. Let's get a look at some of the other movers on our radar this morning. Crypto-linked stocks are rising amid the risk-on sentiment as the government shutdown inches closer to ending. When Bitcoin rises, when the rest of the CRYP Go universe gains, you see these stocks rally as well.
And apparently that's part of the reason why gold is higher this morning too. So you see gold-linked stocks also outperform. Maybe there's also an increased chance of a rate cut next month as the shutdown progresses. You also had earnings from Barrick that upped their dividend and share buybacks.
European buyout firm Invest Industrial has agreed to take food label manufacturer Treehouse Foods private in a $3 billion deal. As a result, Treehouse trades up towards the premium. You can see the gain there more than 20%.
Coming up on the show, Empower's Martin Norton says that volatility will remain high, so it's a good time to prioritize rebalancing. She's going to join the show next.
Alrighty, let's take a look at some of the other news that's going on here. All right, let's listen to CNBC here.
We build on more than 6 decades of experience.
Joining us right now to break down the latest developments in the government shutdown, Jake Sherman, Punchbowl News' co-founder, and NBC News and MSNBC political contributor. So here we are, perhaps on the cusp of a deal. I want to know what you think the Democrats are going to get for all of this, what you think the Republicans are going to get for all of this, and the way the public is going to think about this when it's all over, if they think about it again at all.
Maybe they won't think about it again at all. The Democrats get nothing. Let's just be clear, they get nothing. They don't get, there's no significant policy wins in this for Democrats. They have been spinning it as, well, they get SNAP for a year, they get to reverse the mass layoffs that the Trump administration has conducted since October, and they forestall any layoffs until through January. First of all, the Trump administration laid people off during the shutdown because the shutdown was ongoing. SNAP is funded because that's what happens when you reopen the government and you fund the agriculture department. So there's nothing, there's no real policy victories at all for Senate Democrats, and it reproves the point, Andrew, that shutdowns, the instigating party in a shutdown never gets anything. Donald Trump learned that in 2018, 2019. House Republicans learned that during their Obamacare shutdowns early in the Obama administration. You don't get anything. Now, Republicans, I will say this is not without risk for Republicans going forward, because they're going to be plunged into a conversation about healthcare, which has never been a winning issue for them. Maybe it changes. I don't know. I can't tell the future, but they will be forced to talk about healthcare, which is not a great topic for them. And these credits are expiring. They are. They're going to expire at the end of the year, and maybe they can find something better, maybe they can't. But that's the only real risk I see for Republicans, which is a modest risk at that.
But you're going to hear, Jake, about people anecdotally, X, this is what it used to be, this is what it's going to be now because of and it may be pressure to really to address that at some point. I saw a meme this morning, and you sounded just like it, because it was from G2, and it was a meme where that senator from Nevada was trying to shake down Michael Corleone for a casino license, and he makes unbelievable threats, and then says, "Let me know by the weekend what it is." And Michael Corleone says, "I'll give you my answer right now." So, nothing, and that's exactly how I'll give you, and you're going to pay for it.
But Jake, the thing that I'm trying to figure out is, do you think that a year from now, come the midterms, and somehow this factors into that discussion?
Midterms I don't know.
Does this just go away?
Who's worse off, Schumer or Republicans in the midterms? Neither one look very like they're in a great position, Jake.
I'll put it this way: in Donald Trump's Washington and Donald Trump's America, 12 months might as well be 12 years. We don't know what we're going to be thinking about, what voters are going to be thinking about next year. Now, the question is, if Joe is right, maybe they will have to fix this. If premiums are up 2x or 3x in some places, who do voters blame? Do they blame Republicans who control all of Washington, or Democrats who put the law into place and folded in the shutdown? I can't tell you the answer to that definitively. A lot of Republicans have told me that they think that they are going to shoulder the blame here. And listen, Trump seems at the moment, again, with Trump, you don't know where it's going to go, but at the moment interested in doing some sort of healthcare effort. I think that is not easy for Republicans. We've seen over the last 15 years, nearly 16 years, Republicans have not been successful in putting out a plan that people can rally around that is as comprehensive as the ACA, and maybe they don't want to. Maybe they'll make changes around the edges. But Joe, you are right. Republicans, since October 1st or even before, have not moved 1 inch on their position in the shutdown, which is we're not going to discuss healthcare with the government shutdown, and eventually Democrats are going to fold. And they did. And by the way, it's Monday. Maybe the Senate finishes this today. If they're lucky, they need to get consent from 100 senators. So we're going to go into at least toward the end of the week, middle end of the week, before this is fully resolved, and it will take airports and the rest of society a couple days here to snap back.
Hey, Jake, that's the point. This is
every time I open that spreadsheet, my soul left my body. I have that too, but I switched to pipe drive.
This is how I always pictured sales in my head.
I didn't know it could be so organized.
Leave spreadsheets behind. Discover Pipe Drive Sales CRM.
A peace plan for Gaza. For the plan to advance, Hamas must disarm. Instead,
tonight, terrifying images emerging from Gaza. Videos show Hamasian gunmen carrying out a public execution as they return to the streets.
Hamas on a rampage, executing Palestinians, bloody crackdown, spreading terror. For freedom, not terror, Hamas must go.
Hey, Jake, that's the point. This is kind of a forced protest that they have put on all of these government workers, on all of these
Wasn't that odd, really strange on CNBC?
Recipients saying this is so important to us and we're going to take you along with us. Because this is the longest we've ever done this, what ripple effects last beyond just how long it takes to put society back together? Are there things that will change permanently for this? Are there, just the ripple effects from the air traffic controllers who are in training, who are saying, forget it, I'm not going to do this anymore? Will the government actually act and try and make it a lot tougher for a government shutdown in the future?
They can't make it any tougher, Becky. I mean, there's nothing they can do to make it tougher logistically. I think there's been estimates that GDP is gonna take a hit. Most of the damage, the economic damage from the shutdown, is predicted to reverse. Right? It's predicted to snap back once government coffers are full and the country starts moving again. But listen, this process, this funding bill puts another deadline for most of the government funding on January 30th. So Congress will have just over 2 months to fund the rest of the government on a long-term basis. Right now, what they're basically doing is they're funding agriculture, military construction, and veterans affairs, and the legislative branch through the fiscal year. The rest of the government needs to be funded by January 30th. Listen, what you said, Becky, is absolutely correct. Government shutdowns are designed to exact pain in exchange for a policy concession. And the hundreds of thousands of federal workers who are paid by the government, paid by the federal government, it's just they are along for the ride, and it is difficult. And we've seen.
Trump learned in the last when the Republicans shut it down, it's like not something that worked. Maybe it won't happen anymore. Can I ask you? I heard that there were many more senators they could have counted on, but like Senator Shaheen's not running for re-election. I think there's another senator that's not running for. So there's certain senators that don't have political. There won't be a hangover from what they're doing. How do they decide to do? They got exactly what they needed. So whomever didn't have to vote
that
for
always
it.
happens, Joe.
How do they do it?
Exactly what they need.
How do they do it? Do they talk? Do they talk to each other and say, okay, you don't have to do it, I'll take the flack for you? How many more were there?
Remember, I can tell you this, 2 of the people who voted for it, Dick Durbin and Gene Sheehan are not running for re-election. The rest of them are up for re-election in 2028 or 2030, so they don't face voters for some time. That is eons away. Who knows how many of those people run again, et cetera, et cetera. So they were all in negotiations over what they need to get to yes. And all of these folks, to a person, they were sick of the shutdown. They think it didn't work. Tim Kaine, who just won re-election in Virginia, decided that the several 100,000 government workers didn't deserve this anymore.
In Virginia.
By the way, I do not know whether there were a bunch more. I don't. Now, I just don't. I'm not sure that's correct. I mean, I'm sure if they absolutely needed it. Remember, Schumer is against this. Schumer is going to vote no. Brian Schatz, the next Senate Democratic whip, the next number 2, and probably the next number 1 at some point is going to vote no. So the top of the party is no. And by the way, this is going to be very messy in the House of Representatives. We're all forgetting, or at least I needed reminding, kind of, that Republicans have 219 votes in the House. They can only lose 2 to pass this. Hakeem Jeffries is a no. His leadership team is going to be a no. The default position for House Democrats is going to be a no. This is going to look very, very turbulent in the House when it gets there Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
When they bother to come back to work.
Yeah, they've been out for 50 days. It's one of them. I'll say this, having covered this stuff for, as long as I have, 15, 16 years, this is the most obscene thing I've ever seen, that they've been out of session for 50-something days as the shutdown has dragged on. They would have,
And by the way, they're getting paid for all of this.
Correct. Constitutionally, they are mandated to get paid. Yes, they are getting paid.
There's your first problem. You want to make it tougher? Stop paying them. Want to make it tougher for government shutdowns?
1,000%. They wouldn't have continued if they were not getting paid, probably, or would have been much quicker. But Joe, what you said is right.
Just a little piece of things.
Never end well. They never end well.
Proper shirts for life's bigger moment.
All right, the market is opened. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,798. VIX is at 18. The euro is at 1.15. Oil is trading below $60 a barrel. BITO is trading at 16.62. Japanese yen is trading at 154.09, and natural gas is trading at 4.29. In terms of the equity market, the S&P 500, resistance level right now is still at 6,800. Support levels at 6,750. Year-end target that I have is 6,850 to approximately 7,000. Once the shutdown is, the end of the shutdown is official, then I think we're going to start seeing a market rally. Now, with that, let's listen into some other news that's starting to pop up.
We're joining me now for a packed hour. We have Wall Street Journal editorial board member Alicia Finley, The Fixer host on Fox, Marcus Lemonis, NYC councilwoman and immigrant from the Soviet Union, Ina Vernikov, and United Refining Company chairman and CEO, as well as Red Apple Group chairman and CEO, John Katsimatidis. Great to see you all. Thank you for being here. Ina, first to you. Your family came to escape Marxism. Now you're living in a capitalist city that has a Marxist mayor. How does that make you feel?
Oh, it's absolutely devastating. Families like mine escaped socialism and communism. The former Soviet Union was a communist country, and we fled here in the 80s and the 90s for capitalism, for the free market economy, for the American dream. This is the country, this is the place where our parents taught us, if you work hard, you could be anything you want to be, and that's exactly what happened. We came here, we didn't speak English, we had to get accustomed to a new country, to a new life, to a new language. We became doctors, we became lawyers. I'm a member of the government in the largest city in the world, and the idea that everything that we escaped is coming here is absolutely unbelievable.
We should mention, by the way, that you're in a very rare conservative enclave, or at least more conservative than most of New York, where a lot of former residents of the Soviet Union live. So that reflects your opinion, and I assume the people that live in your community as well.
Oh, my constituents are absolutely devastated. We all feel the same way about this.
John Cashman-Tides, for those who don't know you're in a lot of different businesses, oil, grocery stores, etc. How does a business person do business with a Marxist mayor?
It's going to be more difficult. We are hoping that Governor Hochul, who's the current governor, is tough enough to lean on him to make sure he does the right things. Then we have President Trump, who's one tough guy, and he has said to me and has said to people that the fact is that the federal funds will keep moving to New York, but I suggested to him maybe put a monitor in to make sure the money is spent properly and doesn't go poof.
By the way, we saw that in the 1970s. There was the Mack Commission, a commission that monitored very closely the budgets as New York was essentially going bankrupt. Is it a similar thing that you want to impose now?
Well, I told President Trump, I said to him, my recommendation is to let the people of the city of New York and the state of New York should not suffer. It's to make sure the money is spent properly, is a proper situation, and the money should keep flowing, but you should have somebody in there that you trust to oversee it.
Marcus, the fact that the focus is on New York is because it's such an extraordinary situation. The city of capitalism with a Marxist mayor. But this kind of movement you see happening all over America. You've got businesses all over America. How is middle America responding to all this?
I think that the one thing that we have to think about as we sit here today is that affordability is an issue everywhere. It is not just in New York City, from Seattle to Minneapolis to Chicago to wherever it may be. But I have a high level of confidence, and you probably would expect me to say this, that capitalism will always win out. And that the idea of socialism is, in my opinion, a good experiment. When you say that we're just going to experience it for the first time, what's going to happen? It exists everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It exists everywhere. This idea that people want things for free and don't want to work for it exists everywhere.
But Alicia, it hasn't existed in the Democratic Party for everywhere. And that's the question. Democrats are now clasping hands with Marxists like Mamdani. I just want to play a little bit from Governor Kathy Hochul about a week ago when she fully endorsed Mamdani. Play that tape.
Take that energy, that passion, and take it into 26 so that we can take back the House of Representatives, take the Senate, and we take back America. Thank you, Queens. Thank you, New York. I love you guys.
They say time is money. What if you had more of it? Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go for...
There was the shot there, the hands raised in the air. So has socialism now become a platform of the Democrat Party?
Well, I think the party is moving in that direction, but you have to actually look at some other places in the country where it's moving in the opposite direction. I would point to San Francisco, where you have a Mayor Daniel Lurie, who has struck a decidedly different tone, has positioned himself more as a moderate and is trying to tackle the city's problems, homelessness, the cost of living, and has actually tried to welcome businesses, suggested lowering tax rates. And you look out in LA and you have Mayor Karen Bass, who has been an abject failure. But it looks like the city is actually moving in the opposite direction and may elect a reformer. Austin Buechner, former LA superintendent, LA Unified superintendent, a very pro-business background, is mounting a formidable challenge. So what you see is in many cities around the country, when they swing left, they tend to swing back right. And so I think, and you also saw, by the way, on the New Jersey and Virginia races, they elected moderate Democrats, at least Democrats who campaigned as moderate.
And in fact,
we're not radical.
we've seen it not only in cities in America, but we've seen it in countries too. I mean, Bernie Sanders is always talking about how he'd like to be like Sweden socialism. Well, the Swedish socialists were on the run recently because the fact that their system wasn't working out so well. They haven't veered all the way to the conservative side, but they've certainly dropped a lot of their socialism.
Well, that's right. They privatized a number of businesses, deregulated their telecom sector, reduced their tax rates. They are still very high. And they, oh, by the way, they've also have vouchers, private school vouchers. They, in some ways, they're actually more of a market system than the U.S. is.
Although I got to tell you, I did the homework, and the highest tax rate in Sweden is now equal to living in New York or California paying taxes, 52% if you add it all in. So it's, we are becoming more socialist as the socialists are becoming less so. Well, America's Democrat socialists want to take the failed practice of public housing to new extremes, even calling for a complete government takeover of private housing in America, and they want to do the same with medicine. Watch. Presidents Ronald Reagan and FDR represented different parties, but both recognized that government safety nets could suffocate our free market if they grew too big. In the State of the Union address in 1935, FDR said, quote, "Continued dependence upon relief induces a spiritual and moral disintegration, fundamentally destructive to the national fiber." Ronald Reagan put it more simply.
Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Since then, government has grown far bigger than either could have imagined. But American socialists insist that government's not big enough. They suggest that all our needs, including food, housing, and healthcare, are a national right. The socialist and ex-mayor of New York has even suggested a government takeover of private housing.
We'll have to go beyond the market. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do.
Decommodify is Marxist newspeak for removing the tradable value of an asset. But do American homeowners really want to see their single most important asset lose its value? As for public housing, whether in the South Bronx or Chicago, most of those experiments have ended as filthy, crime-ridden failures. Socialized medicine isn't much different. Even Bernie Sanders now admits that Obamacare hasn't fixed healthcare.
Remember, right now, our healthcare system is broken.
Ronald Reagan would remind Bernie that Obamacare and fully socialized healthcare systems are broken because there's too much government, not too little. Both major political parties used to agree that what made this country the most prosperous in the world was our free market, not socialism. John, what we were hearing from Mamdani is full-blown Marxism. To use a word like decommodify housing means to take the value of a $50 trillion private asset, that's the amount of money Americans have in their homes, and give it to the government. This is dangerous stuff.
Well, we have in New York City, we have what you call the NYCHA housing. And guess what? It was built by government money. People moved in. Guess what's going on? Nobody pays the rent. And nobody's getting evicted. So it doesn't work. The NYCHA housing doesn't work. It's some people are paying the rent. Most of them are not paying the rent. So what happened? You know, if you compare Florida to New York, right now Florida has 23,700,000 people. New York is down.
We're going to get into that.
Million.
We're going to get into all those details in a moment. But Marcus, the fact is, despite the fact there's an affordability crisis, I believe, particularly among young people in America right now, you do have some progress being made right now. You look at household income, for example, since Donald Trump came into office, and it is going up. The household income is going up above the rate of inflation. You also have the interesting situation that while Mamdani really campaigned on the idea of higher taxes, that's the only way he's going to pay for all of his extra billions of dollars of programs. New York voters, when they were asked about the question, do you like taxes? 60% of them said taxes actually hurt the economy. So there are all these contradictions in people's views right now.
I think he did an outstanding job of tapping into how people are feeling today.
Yes.
They didn't want a solution. They just wanted to know they were being acknowledged. When you look at New York City or any other major city, commerce is ultimately what determines the prosperity. And if people don't want to be in the environment, they don't want to work here, they don't want to visit here, there's going to be less folks coming here, less jobs. And what we think looks like socialism today is going to turn into devastation. I don't believe that's going to happen.
Alicia, spreading it beyond New York, California just is pushing this new wealth tax. New York would also have a wealth tax if Mamdani is able to convince the people in Albany, the people that run the state, to accede to his demands to have a wealth tax in New York City above what we already have. How many times have wealth taxes failed around the world? People just pick up and move, go somewhere else.
I think that's exactly right. You saw that in Europe, and that's why the French government has been reluctant to do so despite pressures from their flag. Now in California, they're scrounging for revenue, partly because of the pandemic, COVID relief money is drying up. The income tax does generate revenue, but that could be also a problem if you have a market downturn. So hence they were looking for a wealth tax to essentially confiscate the money. I'd also point out that Democrats in Congress in 2021 proposed what is essentially a wealth tax, and that is a mark-to-mark tax on capital gains, so unrealized income. Now, I would not discount that as a possibility if Democrats gain control of Congress and the White House in 2028.
I believe we have a sound from Senator Blumenthal that I'd like to play, because there is so much spending going on, not just on the local level, but already on the federal level, particularly with regard to Obamacare. Here's Senator Blumenthal. Roll it.
When the Affordable Care Act was passed, health care was a lot less costly than it is now, and insurance rates were a lot lower. So these healthcare tax credits are necessary in light of healthcare inflation to make it affordable.
You know, it looks like Obamacare is becoming socialized medicine. How did socialized medicine work where you came from?
Oh, terrible. It didn't. There were lines to the doctor. The doctor would use one set of instruments. The quality of healthcare was terrible. And it just doesn't work. It didn't work in the Soviet Union. It doesn't work in any other country.
Right. By the way, my wife had a stroke in London. Thankfully, she's okay, but we had to spend a month in British healthcare. Same in British healthcare. They were very nice people, but they were broke.
They were not very nice people.
They said, okay, probably not, but in London, they were good people, but they couldn't. The nurses had these little pocket screwdrivers with them wherever they went because all the equipment was breaking down. They didn't have the right medicine. People were dying of MRSAs all around.
And no anesthesia.
No. Oh, God. All right. Thank you, folks. Stick around. Don't go away.
All right.
What does it take to lead?
If you don't protect capitalism, if you don't protect your constitutional freedoms, you're going to lose them. You have to be an engaged citizen. And unfortunately, we have a lot of people out there that have been dumbified because of TikTok and X and these social media platforms that has produced individuals that have very short attention span. They're not doing the proper investigation on the problems at hand in the society and understanding that if we don't protect our constitutional freedoms, we will lose them. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse. The cleanse or the Max 35 will help to boost up your innate immune system. How? You take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, you gargle about 20 seconds and then swallow it. What that will do is improve the health of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, maintain your mucosal barrier, and help the health of the epithelial cells in your oral pharynx. Super important. Now, I've been taking this as part of my protocol for over 5.5 years. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. If someone around you, or if you are not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day until everything's all clear, and then go back to your maintenance dose. And take it every day. Slow down the aging process by boosting up your innate immune system. Also, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. You can't buy anything better than this ubiquinol in terms of CoQ10. There's nothing out there. The best that you can purchase is on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing stress in the cell, improving your tissues, improving your organ systems, but also you're improving your mitochondria in the cell and boosting up energy levels so you have more ATP. And ubiquinol will help to protect your neurons. Super important. So if you're taking CoQ10 and it's not ubiquinol, you aren't protecting your neurons as effectively. Please go to my store, get this ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Make sure that you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
At the Fed right now. One is that we need to get ahead of a brewing problem, especially in the labor market. And the other is, if you're in a dark room, you want to move carefully and maybe pause. Which one do you think carries more weight?
I'm going to shift over to this BBC issue with Trump. Times Radio is talking about BBC's days are numbered unless it changes. Let's listen in.
On your motorcycle, on your bicycle, in your car, at your desk, during your run, creating content. With SC Connect,
Andrew worked as a presenter for the BBC under 6 Director Generals, we think, and 2 people who had to act up as DGs after sudden resignations. Andrew, is this, this is perhaps predictable that the BBC tends to do nothing, underreact, and then someone eventually has to carry the can. What do you make of this particular scandal?
Well, I think it's much more than the resignation of the Director General and the head of news. And I think it's much more than just this splicing together to distort what Donald Trump was saying on January the 6th. Well, that in itself shows something of a mindset. I mean, what Donald Trump did on January the 6th was bad enough without having to make it up.
Yeah.
You know, his behavior that day, I think, was deplorable, and the behavior of his followers was even more deplorable. So why you had to distort it, just tell the plain, unvarnished truth would have been enough. But no, they had to go further. And, you know, Deborah Turnus in her resignation said that the BBC is not institutionally biased. Well, I think she's wrong. The problem is that in a number of areas it has become biased. And the Prescott report, which started all this, was not just about the splicing together of parts of the speech 55 minutes apart. It was about the BBC's coverage of the Trump election campaign and its systemic bias in favor of Kamala Harris. It was about the coverage of Gaza and of Israel, and particularly of BBC Arabic, which seems sometimes to be a voice of Hamas. It was about its coverage of transgender issues, which is a very good column by a left-wing columnist in the Times today, and how bad that has been. So it's across the piece, and it doesn't all disappear just because the DG and the head of news has gone. Then what's going to be done to stop this from happening again? What's going to be done to change the mindset that has given us this? Because if it isn't changed, the days of the BBC will be numbered.
But has it not always been that? I'm interested in, you've got a long experience of the BBC, as you were saying. Has it not always been thus, though? University-educated, left-leaning, North London liberals have always populated the BBC, certainly as long as I can remember. That's going to create a certain groupthink anyway. Is it worse now than it's been before?
Yes, I think so. The BBC has always lent a little bit left. I think that's true. But it also was populated by journalists who by and large, left their views at the studio door and went out of their way to be as impartial as they could at presenting the news. And that's what built its global reputation over time. I think, though, with the rise of identity politics, with culture politics, excuse me, that's the dog disagreeing with me there, that she gets very more talking about the BBC. Iris, please be quiet, this is embarrassing. Thank you. I think with the rise of identity politics, and with a particular group of cultural ID people coming in out of the universities into metropolitan areas, you can see that this isn't just a BBC problem. This is a problem that almost every broadcaster faces. I mean, Sky News leans to the left, Channel 4 News leans to the left, ITV News now leans to the left, ABC in Australia leans to the left, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC in America. They all do that. The difference in what makes it so important for the BBC to get its impartiality right is that if I don't like what Sky News is saying, I just don't watch it. And that harms its economic model. But we all have to pay for the BBC whether we watch it or not. And that really puts an onus on the BBC to make impartiality its whole modus operandi, the most important thing above anything else that it does.
And the economics of this is so interesting because the license fee guarantees them 3 billion quid a year or whatever it is. It's a regular income that is not dependent on commercial performance. It's just guaranteed by law. And therefore it's very questionable, and you wouldn't invent it if you created it now, and it's an anachronism. It's based on the old licensing laws. It's 100 years old, based on a completely different set of technologies that have been utterly superseded in the intervening century. So is the answer just to get rid of the license fee and make the BBC sink or swim in the commercial waters, or actually would we lose something really important if we lost that?
Well, the license fee was invented when Lenin was in the Kremlin. Think about it. The license fee was introduced when Lenin was in the Kremlin. That's when Warren Harding was the president of the United States. And Lenin was rolling out his new economic plan to replace Stalinism. What he thought would replace Stalinism, of course, Stalin came back, took over from him. So it's a long while ago, and it's quite difficult to see this model survive. I mean, I think the license fee is anti-progressive. It doesn't matter what your net worth or your salary is, we all have to pay the same amount. And yet, in a curious way, given that we now live in a kind of echo chamber of media, which people, fake news is everywhere these days, you don't know who to trust, you could argue that a properly run BBC that put impartiality at the center of everything it did in terms of news is in a way more needed than ever. But if the general view is that you lean left, particularly on cultural issues, and you don't represent other opinions nearly as much, particularly in a number of subjects that the press report highlights, then you're in danger of losing that reputation for impartiality and for trusted news. And more people say to me, they don't trust the BBC anymore. And if they don't trust the BBC anymore, it has no future. So it is curious that the media environment has never been more challenging, never more difficult for something like the BBC. And yet you could argue it would be nice to have one at least semi-publicly funded organization whose whole purpose was to report the news as impartially as it could.
Andrew, can I ask you, it's a bit of an accident.
Proper shirts for life's bigger moments. Nervous about your big interview? Our non-iron tech keeps you looking sharp. Delivering the pitch of your career? Don't sweat it in our breathable cotton. Ready?
Andrew, can I ask you, it's a bit of an existential question, I suppose, and it's definitely a step back one. Do you think part of the issue here, or part of what we're talking about here, is that there is a bit of a culture in the workplace now, and we've actually talked about this in the civil service and in the public sector more broadly, which is that everybody has to feel that their views are justified. Everybody's justified in having their own personal opinion on something, even in the workplace, and that it becomes quite difficult for disagreement or conflict or pushback. And actually in news, that's one of the most important elements to making sure that you can make sure that you're not biased, because you have different people saying different things and you come out hopefully roundly in the right place. Do you think culture is part of this issue for the BBC?
I think it is a cultural issue in the young people coming out of university these days who gravitate towards metropolitan-based organizations like the BBC are all coming with broadly the same mindsets, the same mindset that they've been given in university. And diversity is the great cry of the progressive. The one thing where there is very little diversity these days in a place like the BBC is diversity of opinion.
How do you fix that then? Because if you're obviously you've asked more and more people, governments have over the years to go to university. How do we fix that?
You have to be much more Catholic. That's with a small c, much more Catholic in your hiring practices. You've got to go out of your way to get more working kids from working class backgrounds, more kids from provincial backgrounds, more kids from non-Oxbridge.
Everything that he is saying has been written down in 1951 by William F. Buckley. And he was stating on how Yale and other institutions of higher learning in the United States was pushing collectivism, anti-religious rhetoric, either in an agnostic lens or in an atheist lens, and pushing socialism and not capitalism, not free markets, not individualism. And here, fast forward from 1951 to 2025, and we're living exactly what William F. Buckley Jr. was saying it was a big problem in the United States.
Colleges, and you've got to look for a diversity of opinion, because then it is the diversity of opinion that gives you the creativity, the creative engine to do good news. And part of the problem, I think when people like the outgoing head of BBC News says that the BBC isn't institutionally biased, is because she's actually part of that bias. She doesn't see it. She shares all the general progressive left-wing assumptions of 95% of everybody else in the BBC newsroom. So quite often when they put stuff out, they don't even know that they're being biased. They're saying, well, everybody thinks that. How could you challenge that? Well, there is no other point of view than our reasonable, well-thought-out point of view. And that comes from a lack of diversity.
Is there a danger that they're kind of neither fish nor fowl? It always strikes me that the BBC, if it's going to get this license fee guaranteed, it shouldn't engage. I mean, the biggest newspaper in Great Britain is the BBC website. It engages in, and the social media presence is huge. It engages in clickbait. It tries to do, it tries to get most read articles. It tries to operate in a media landscape which is often a drive to the bottom. We all live in it. We all have to try and battle against that. We're all part of that, the commercial media landscape. But it both has a guaranteed income, which carries with it all sorts of concomitant responsibilities, but it also gets its hands dirty in trying to live in a world of hyper-partisan and social media. So in some ways, it has the worst of both worlds. It can't possibly fulfill its obligations, and it's sort of scrapping in the muck with the rest of us.
The BBC tries to do too much. That's the problem. And it, despite the vast sum of money it gets from the license fee, plus the other £1 billion, more than £1 billion these days from its commercial operations, it doesn't have the money to do everything these days. And it needs now to concentrate on what makes a public service broadcaster special. There are two things. One is impartial news, and the other is drama that speaks to our condition, to our history, to our current condition, to the country that we are. And in both these areas, I think the BBC is in some trouble. The impartiality issue is now huge, and that's come to a head. And so it's lost a bit of what made BBC News special. And on drama, well, the American streamers are producing just as much high-quality British drama as the BBC these days. In fact, in some cases, it's even better. Everything from Adolescence to Slow Horses to Down Cemetery Road, which is currently going on. So what is it that justifies the BBC still having this special, not anti-progressive funding mechanism? Can it really go on? I mean, I was listening this morning to some of the coverage on the Today program, which is the flagship BBC.
How dare you?
But only for the purposes
You
of
missed us,
New York
Andrew.
Times Radio to do proper research. So that was all. And the line they were pushing this morning is it was all a right-wing coup. It was all an internal right-wing coup. Well, I mean, sometimes they just can't help themselves, can they? And the idea you would even attempt to mount a right-wing coup of the BBC with a Labour government in power with a massive majority just beggars belief. And it means that they just don't want to face up to the real problems. And people have been telling them this for a long while. I mean, the Prescott report came out of frustration that not enough was being done to identify this, that nothing was being done about BBC Arabic, that the American coverage had become unreliable and viscerally anti-Trump. And I think in the end, people just thought, well, we're going to leak this and get this into the public domain and see what happens. Because trying to change things behind closed doors isn't. And I think the BBC over the past 2-3 weeks became frozen in ice because it didn't know what to do. It neither apologized nor defended what it had done. And indeed, the Director General seemed to go AWOL. he seemed to go missing in action. And his only now surface to resign. And so I think all in all, it was a huge institutional failure. I think they're very lucky that in power at the moment, because I don't see a Labour government letting the BBC go to the wall. I think the Labour government regards the BBC as a bulwark, a balance against what it still sees as a kind of right-wing Fleet Street press. So I think to that extent they're lucky. But the BBC could well be an election issue at the next election with both the Conservatives and Reform deeply hostile to it. And that's not a comfortable position for a public service broadcaster to be. To be an electoral football undermines its very purpose.
I've been reading, I finished reading the God and Man at Yale by William F. Buckley. I think the subtitle is Superstitions of Academic Freedom. It goes in detail about the psychology department, the sociology department, the history department, the economic department, the interplay between the faculty and the students, the interplay between the alumni and the overseers and the president. And the bottom line is this. He wrote the book in 1951. The bottom line is this. You have higher institutions teaching out of books in economics that literally are promoting socialism and trying to demonize capitalism. And you have professors that are pontificating their socialistic perspectives. Now, in the sociology departments, they're pushing oppressor and oppressed, the demonization of religion, you know, this whole idea that everybody's opinion is of equal value because of relativism, because of postmodernism in philosophy. Well, no, not everybody's opinion is valid. Everybody can have an opinion. You can have your rhetoric of your opinion, but that doesn't mean you're right. And this is where schools should be designed, where you see the dialectic of this, instead of one side trying to demonize the other and not allow for continued discussion on the opposite perspective. There's too many professors that are socialistic, communistic, collective, and not enough individualistic perspectives. There is a metastasizing negative rubric that's coming out of schools that are making students socialistic and not individuals. Now you add in individuals getting higher education, especially from elite institutions, and they can't get jobs, or they're not as prosperous as they thought they were because they came from an elite institution, because they got a degree in something that the job market doesn't want. And they get all upset. And they get angry, and they start to organize, and they start pushing this socialistic agenda. So I think it's really important to realize that this isn't a modern phenomenon. This was starting to take hold in elite institutions all the way back in 1950. Now you got to remember, we win the war in 46, World War II, and fast forward 4 years. And Buckley is saying that at Yale, and the same thing was happening at Harvard, these institutions were really pushing socialism. Now, look at what happened right after World War II in the UK. They oust Churchill, and they're pushing this socialistic agenda. Now, what was spearheading that was this political economy, or political economics through Keynes. Keynes kept on promoting, well, you can just spend more money, print more money. Government can spend more money, print more money, and therefore you will get out of your doldrums. But he also said that you have to tax. So you intervene in crises, and not every recession is a crisis, but unfortunately, politicians think every recession is a crisis. So what happened was that there was a slippery slope, and they kept on overusing Keynes's recommendations or prescription. Keynes basically said this: you have a crisis, a real crisis, print more money. Have the banks intervene. Have fiscal policy. But after the crisis is over, because you've overspent, you have to tax. So the politicians say, okay, any crisis, use Keynes' philosophy in intervention. And once the crisis is over, don't tax. Because if you tax, you may lose at the polls. So they didn't follow what Keynes was saying. It's like a heroin addict trying to get off of heroin, but they have to go. They have to go to the methadone clinic. All right, but they just keep on going. Right? They never literally get off of their addiction. They just keep on going. That's what society is with Keynesianism. And Keynesianism, or the Keynesians, weren't even Keynes. They were something else. They were like a neo-Keynes. A neo-Keynes. But the point here is this. During that time period of coming out of World War II, there's a big push for socialism through Keynes and the overuse of interventions in the market. Hayek kept on saying, wait a minute here. If you keep on doing that, you're going to go to it's the road to serfdom. You're going to be poor. Now, if Keynes looked at what individuals were using, or how they were used, let me rephrase it. If Keynes was still alive and watched how politicians actually used his policies, he would be appalled. Because they're literally creating systemic risk. They're creating a pernicious aspect. That you prescribe something because there's a disease. There's some sort of pathology. But that doesn't mean that all ailments are that pathology. And that doesn't mean that you should continue on the treatment once the patient's better. See, you need to know when, you need to have the discernment to know when to prescribe certain medicines or policies. The human body is a complex system with very complex feedback loops and biochemistry. The social system and economy is very complex also, with many feedback loops. So if you have an ailment and you just kept on using the same prescription even though the ailment went away, does that make sense? In most cases, no. Well, why would you continue to use Keynesian policies on benign things like a minor recession, not a major crash like Lehman. So that's the economic point where they kept on pushing, well, you can just engineer the economy, even though debt kept on going up. Then the demonization of religion, where you lose some ethics and some virtue, and pushing this agnostic, atheist perspective. Now, atheism, especially if you listen to Hitchens, is persuasive. And you have to, work that out. There's aspects to religion, organized religion, that may seem that it's contrived and not true. And the atheists try to explain that these negative aspects of religion hamper society, but also there is a cohesion in the society when there is some sort of grounding with religion. When you look at a society that doesn't have it's not grounded by a religious system that's middle of the road, then you start to have a society that starts to devolve. Now, if it's ultra religious, you have a society that is tyrannical. If you have on the other side of the spectrum no religion, atheism or agnostic, then you will have a society that is devolving also. This is the reason why I keep on saying God, country, and family, because religion is a major pillar to having social cohesion. But if you only have religion and you don't have an affinity to your country, you still have problems. If you only have religion and you don't have an affinity to family, that's also a problem. If you're only going to be a monk, and live in a monastery, that's not going to help the society. So this is the reason why it's so important to have God, country, and family as the pillars. So when the atheists say, well, you don't need religion, you can get virtue, and you can get to a Nash equilibrium just by the natural emergence of good behavior will create an environment where the society is productive. Well, the empirical evidence doesn't show that. The empirical evidence shows that in a society that keeps on growing, like in a metropolis, if you do not have a certain level of grounding to religion, you have theft. All right? The atheists would say, well, in a small group, you may not need religion, and there is social cohesion and respect of people's properties just naturally. Well, that may be true in a small population, but in a larger population, you start to distrust naturally. The magic number in human construct is about 150. Once your interactions is beyond 150 people, you start to distrust. And then there is the need for rule of law. So the atheists would say, well, you can create rules of law. All right. But the thing is that if you don't feel as though there is a higher power that is looking at you and watching what you're doing, then you will eventually just rationalize, well, if someone's not looking, I can just steal it. If someone's not looking, maybe an individual can kill someone. If someone's not looking, maybe they can, break, some sort of taboo. So having a strong affinity to some sort of religion, but not overboard with orthodoxy, is important. And you have academic institutions that are demonizing religious institutions because they think through just logic that everything's going to work out and that you don't need religion. Well, what society really is productive, law-abiding, and safe and long-lasting if it's 100% atheist? Now, you do need atheists in a society because you need to have that as a break to prevent an overrunning of the society by orthodoxy. So you need a heterodox society. So I'm not saying that atheism doesn't have a part in the whole construct of a society. It does. But the thing is that it can't be this, it can't be the authority or the majority of the society, because what will happen is that you can logically, using postmodernism, just rationalize your way out of virtue. I mean, this is really something that the Greeks were really pushing. What's virtuous? What's truth? And we don't even think about these things anymore, about what's virtuous, right? And when you start thinking about this virtuous thing, then you start realizing, well, wait a minute here. Elements of virtue go hand in hand with God, country, and family. But when you have an atheistic society or agnostic society, there's a high probability of moving towards the postmodernism where anything goes. And that is not a productive society. That's a society in decline. So getting back to William F. Buckley Jr., when he wrote the book, God and Man at Yale, the superstitions of superstitions of academic freedom. When a student goes to a prestigious university or even a non-prestigious university, you're being indoctrinated not just in the discipline of STEM or in the discipline of the humanities or the social sciences. You're being indoctrinated in a system that is collective, socialistic, and anti-God. So that doesn't mean that all the professors are that way, but many of them are. Now, what is interesting near the end of the book, from William F. Buckley, at the end of the book, he goes and states that, well, if you have a skill, he uses the example of a mason, all right? You have a skill and you're building buildings through stone and brick and concrete, right? So you have mason skills, but you don't want to do masonry, but you're really good at it, and there is a need in the society for your skills. So you can make money at it, but you don't want to do it. You want to be a photographer, but you can't make any money on being a photographer, but you hate being a mason, all right? So what do? Well, you can be a photographer and not be a mason and not have money, or you can be a mason and on your spare time be a photographer. Now, he takes this example and then says, well, wait a minute, let's take a look at a professor. A professor in many institutions, but not all institutions, but many institutions, a professor will have their own research, maybe 40% of their time or 60% of their time is doing research. And the other percentage of the time, the remaining percentage, is teaching. And they may hate teaching. They only want to do research. And this particular person is a psychologist or a sociologist type professor. And they want to do research on gender studies or the oppressing class of the white oppressing class, let's just say. That's the type of research they're doing. And the overseers within the university want someone to explain the interactions of people in this survey course in sociology and not be pushing any particular agenda. But the professor wants to push an oppressor-oppress agenda. But it's the tuition, the private philanthropy to the university, and potentially even public funds that allows for the professor to teach. Now, the professor should realize that if the overseers wants you to teach something that is more middle of the road and not so extreme, so students can make their own decision, then that professor should do it. But the professor goes, well, I need economic freedom. Well, you do have academic freedom. You do have academic freedom because 60% of your time is doing research that is focused on something that is outside of the classroom, that's pushing this type of oppressor-oppressed agenda. The overseers don't want this. But the professors are saying, you need to give us the academic freedom to pontificate in the classroom. Well, wait a minute, your funds were to teach a certain course a certain way. All right. So the academic, they do have academic freedom in the sense that they can do their research because they've been given funds by, let's say, a philanthropist or the government to do a certain research project about something, okay? But that doesn't mean that they have to be pushing that same agenda in the classroom. And this is where the disconnect is coming from. It's just that they are deviating, they're confusing two separate tasks of a professor. The task of teaching and the task of research. And where the school is at in terms of its alumni, its presidents, its overseers, and its philanthropic efforts. Now, take it the other way, where it's a individualistic, capitalistic professor. And let's say the overseers are saying, well, wait a minute, we want you to push collectivism. And he's getting private funds or government funds to actually do research in capitalism and in individualism to prove it that it's correct. He's still beholden to teach collectivism in the classroom, but he has the academic freedom through his research to promote individualism and capitalism. So it needs to work both ways in this. But in a fair institution, the overseers should say, we don't want you to push collectivism. We don't want you to push individualism. We want you to push truth. We want you to push what is true. Now, it could change. So if you're a collectivist and the truth comes out that capitalism is better, then it needs to be stated. And then when you're doing a course on collectivism, right, or socialism, you have to pepper in the content that this research is showing collectivism, but this other research is showing how collectivism is bad and capitalism is good. That's the way it should happen, but that's not what is happening in institutions. What happens is that you get a professor that's a socialist, you get a professor that is a capitalist. Okay? And if someone is going into STEM but has to take general courses in, let's say, economics, they may have only one choice. Pick the path of Marxist or pick the path of capitalism. And let's say this student is middle of the road, doesn't have an opinion one way or the other. But the way the scheduling works for the student, picking the Marxist course fits with the schedule. And he or she is being exposed to Marxism, even though they had an equal desire to learn capitalism. And then eventually it's a slippery slope and it starts to decline. So it's important at the survey courses to make sure that there's fair dialectic that's happening. So students can say, well, wait a minute, collectivism can lead to a decline of productivity, less jobs, less innovation, and eventually an economy that is sputtering. Let the student think through it instead of being told a certain perspective. And institutions that are promoting God, country, and family typically are producing a more productive student. All right? You can have a school that is talking about the virtues of the bourgeoisie, having your own business, being a capitalist, taking risk. The school can also at the same time be saying that there is inequality and that there needs to be some sort of means to equalize that inequality. But the thing is that what makes the more productive society? Collectivism or individualism? Capitalism versus Marxism? And it's really important. There is an answer to that. If you look at it over a 10-year or 20-year or 30-year period, what societies do better? Capitalistic societies, individualistic societies. Are there inequalities that are created? Yes. Are there inequalities that are created in collectivism? Yes. All you got to do is look at Animal Farm by Orwell. So I think that what William F. Buckley was picking up on in 1951 is the very problem that we have today. And his answer to this was that it's about God. What I will phrase it in modern terms: God, country, and family. If you don't have institutions that are promoting God, country, and family, ethics, virtue, affinity to your society to make it more prosperous, if it's all about conflict and negativity and postmodernism and this idea that everyone's opinion is equally weighted. No, not everyone's opinion is equally weighted. If someone is an individual that is a nihilist and wants to destroy the whole world, should they have the same opinion as someone that is trying to make the world better? If someone is trying to make the world better and this person has access to nuclear weapons, let's say that they are president of the United States, versus a nihilist that's the president of the United States, which one do you feel safer with? Someone that's trying to be more peaceful or someone that's a nihilist? See, not everybody's perspective is equal. Everyone has an opinion, but not every opinion is informed. Now that sounds elitist, but that's reality. It's not really elitism, it's education. It's being an informed citizen. All right. So it's really important to have this argument of this collectivism and individualism, or communism versus Marxism, or socialism versus capitalism. These things have been starting to simmer, going all the way back to after World War II, even before World War II, even during the Great Depression. This was starting to happen, but it wasn't so much. It didn't infiltrate the universities so much. It became really widespread, it seems, in the 40s and the 50s. And we have institutions that want to have it, that if something's bad in your life, it's easy to demonize. It's demonize something, right? This is an important concept that Niall Ferguson was talking to a author that he's working on a book. I forgot the name of the book. But it's, and during that discussion, it came to the point where society's ills have to be blamed on someone or something. So Marx blamed the societal ills on capitalism. If you look at Orwell in Animal Farm, it's the human that's the bad. The human farmer is the bad guy, and the pigs are going to, make things right. Animalism will correct the ills of capitalism. Now, you fast forward through the Cold War, after the Cold War, this monopolar world that we have in the hegemonic power of the United States. And you have inequality because capitalism is prospering for many people, but there's also income inequality because of this erosion of the dollar and the asset appreciation. And if you're not part of the asset appreciation class, you're going to be missing out. And a big part of society is missing out on that part of it. So machines outside on the street, it's a street cleaner. Okay, so we have individuals that are wanting to blame someone of the ills of this disparity that's happening in society, this power imbalance, especially economically. So take it one step further. It's not just capitalism. It must be the oppressor in an oppressed category, which is a subset. It's a subset of this Marxism. It's a subset. It's actually talking about the dynamic of the animals and the humans in Animal Farm. This oppressor and oppressed. The animals are oppressed. Who's the oppressor? The humans. Okay? But really what it's about is it's capitalism oppressing the people, yet not paying attention to that there are many people that are benefiting from capitalism and society moves forward. Now, so you have institutions pushing for this oppressor-oppressed. And it snowballs into certain groups, white males, right? What was, just a few years ago, what was the big thing? The white male is the problem. Too much masculinity, too much, not giving equal rights to women. So there was this feminism, the oppressed, and the oppressor, white males. And then the next snowball effect of this is, well, it's not just women being oppressed, it's also blacks being oppressed. So it's really white privilege and that the oppressed are blacks. Then it snowballs to the next wave to anger the society. Well, it's not just black oppression. It's oppression of all minorities. The oppressed are all minorities, and that it's the majority that's the issue. Now, who's in the majority? Well, the whites. So they've added to the oppressed pool. They started with feminism, then kicked out whites that are feminists, and put them in the put the white women in the oppressor category, maintained feminism, but for minorities. Blacks, other minorities, religious minorities like Islam and Hindu, Indians and Semitic individuals in the Middle East, Middle Eastern, Asian, right? They must be oppressed because of this white class. Now, what happens is that you can't anger your society too much because you don't want it to devolve, right? Because you start to lose your movement. You start to lose your movement in the society when you're blaming so many people about your ills. So you have to kind of backtrack, okay? You kind of start seeing this about a year ago when the white feminists started seeing, well, wait a minute, this movement of oppressor-oppressed category started to push out the white feminists and only accepted non-white feminists. They were more important than the white feminists. It was the minority feminists. So there was kind of like this inner conflict that was happening with the movement. Well, if you continue that on, it will devolve. Another inner conflict was, well, what about equal rights for women, but then you throw in the transgender movement and the gender dysphoria. That also splits. It's also pushing the white female away from the movement. And it's about minorities. All right. So you add in, well, instead of the society, because it's hard to accept this type of mentality if you're going to demonize almost everyone in your country. How are you going to maintain the movement? Well, you want to maintain this oppressor and oppressed category, and you just say, well, there's certain groups of people that have money, are politically savvy, and they must be the reason why society is crumbling. And to maintain that social cohesion within the country, that's where anti-Semitism starts to grow up, starts to get higher, starts to balloon out. Because there's a need to keep the cohesion of the minority group because of all the infighting. If you really pay attention to the socialists and these ultra-liberals, and you pay attention to the social dynamics within their subculture and the different subcultures, it's fluxing and cracking because it's like a fib sequence. Within their own oppressor-oppressed philosophy, there are oppressors and oppressed within their subculture. Just like in the larger society, they say whites are the oppressor and the non-whites are the oppressed. That's the big fib sequence. But the small fib sequence is that in the minority group, there are subcultures. And blacks will say, Well, they are more of an oppressed category than, let's say, Asians. So even if Asians aligned with this oppressor mentality, they will feel stress within the subculture because the blacks in this example, feel more oppressed than Asians because Asians have a tendency to do better. Let's say in test scores or in academics or in mathematics. So the blacks view inside their subculture the oppressor and the oppressed. And if you don't have some sort of glue on to keep those subcultures together, it'll disintegrate. Well, to keep that, what the glue on is anti-Semitism. There's this to prevent the society from eating itself because of this oppressor and oppressed. Blame a group of people that religiously that have been in a diaspora for over 2,000 years and really haven't amalgamated into a particular country's foundation, and they're wandering. The Jews are wandering in a very interesting way to describe this is that the Jews are still wandering in the desert, even if they have, quote, the homeland of the land of Israel. The Jews' mentality is still wandering. There is no real homeland there. It's really a Zionist construct. But the thing is that there is a promised land in the future. Now, does that mean that the current Israel is that promised land? Probably not. But the thing is betting against the covenant, I think, is a bad idea. You know, there is no group of people that have been able to survive through the diaspora for over 2,000 years and still maintain their culture. The Jewish culture has been maintained for over 2,000 years. There's no society at all that has been able to do that. The Greeks couldn't do it. The Romans couldn't do it. The United States is not old enough. It's only 250 years. The Chinese didn't do it. The Chinese, as a country, have broken up and fluxed and has had a change in their culture multiple times for the last 5,000 years. They say that China is 5,000 years old. No, it's not. That's like saying Egypt is 7,000 years. Well, there are artifacts that are that old, or maybe older, but the culture isn't 7,000 years old. It's fractured and dissolved and then reconstituted into something else. Same thing happened in Japan, same thing happened in Korea, same thing happened in China. There's no group of people that has had a continuous line of culture, of their culture. Nobody. So betting against that doesn't make much sense. There's probably something that's divine that's keeping it alive. Now, why that is, we're not smart enough to know. We're all not smart enough to know. But the thing is that if you look at this and pay attention to what I'm saying about this construct, this social construct, you have the oppressed and the oppressor pushing for equality, DEI, diversity and equity and inclusion. They're pushing these ultra-liberal perspectives because of the oppressed and the oppressor, and wanting reparations of some sort, more social benefits of some sort, to take away the property rights of others. And they have their own infighting because one subculture thinks that they're more oppressed than the other subculture. And they got to go, well, wait a minute. Demonize a group of people that have been wandering for the last 2,000 years. And I think that this is closer to the truth, closer to veritas, of the human psychology. All right, let's listen in to Bloomberg.
It's happening right now. It's happening to banking, blockchain, crypto. If change is happening in finance, then it's happening everywhere. And it's happening with Ripple.
The U.S. power grid faces the challenge of meeting rising demand at a magnitude that hasn't been seen for decades.
The adoption of physical AI. What's guiding your assessment of where we are?
So I'm looking at both inflation and productivity. And if you look at inflation, you're seeing that it's been pretty contained so far in the goods prices, which have been directly tariffed. And then you look at the other parts of inflation, you just don't see much of a run up. So that's good news. And inflation expectations, what people expect, remain very well anchored. Look at productivity, and you see that productivity is rising, GDP growth is rising, while the labor market is slowing. So that tells me there's a little bit of that boost coming from firms looking to do more with less, but that's also causing a slowdown in the labor market. So the 50 basis point adjustment we've made has helped support the labor market, but still keeps policy restrictive so that we can put downward pressure on inflation.
President Daley, what are you looking at to determine whether it's the 1970s or the 1990s?
Well, I'm going to really look at things that improve productivity, to think about the 90s, and it's more than just the stock market valuations for AI companies. It really is about the companies out there who might be using AI, and then asking them, going directly to them and asking them, what's it doing for your bottom line, and how are you using it? And what we're hearing are pretty encouraging, but very early signs. They see how it can help their bottom line, how it can improve their productivity, even how they can be supportive of their workers, give them more interesting work, take the less interesting work away. But they all tell us it's early days, so more to come on that. And then on the inflation part, are we in the 1970s, really asking employers and firms, what are you doing with prices? Are you thinking about raising your prices? How are you going to think about losing volumes if you do so in a slowing economy, especially for consumers, from the 50th percentile down? And putting those two things together, I think we'll get a lot of clarity about which direction we're heading. And with policy, been slightly adjusted, we are in a good place to continue to evaluate the information before we make any decisions. We can't know ex ante before the data come out and before we get that information, really what we're facing. We just have to have an open mind about which one it could be, and maybe other periods of history I didn't even mention.
President Daley, how different would the neutral rate be if it were, say, more like the 1970s or more like the 1990s? Just how different would Fed policy be in response to one or the other paradigm?
Well, there's many nuanced ways it could affect the neutral rate, but I can back up from that and just ask what were the policy remedies. If you think we're about to have an inflation run-up, then we obviously would have to hold policy tighter for longer because we wouldn't want that to occur. Honestly, Americans have endured, already too much inflation, and we really need to get that back down to 2% to restore price stability as we've committed to. On the other side, if it's productivity, you would start seeing the economy able to run a little bit longer. Maybe if you go back to the debates of the 90s, we saw the labor market slow. Workers were insecure, but the labor market had unemployment that was fairly low. And many at the time were worried that could spur inflation. But Chairman Greenspan held on with his colleagues. They didn't raise rates. And what you saw was, the 90s, which was a booming time. And we ended around target inflation, and we had a productivity boom. So you're trying to balance those two things together, and it means not looking just at headline information, but getting below that information, talking to firms, talking to consumers, talking to workers, really on the ground work like we do at the reserve banks and other places. The Fed is built to do this on the ground work as well as look at the published data.
President Daley, reading the blog post this morning, it seems like you're leaning more towards the 1990s side of things than the 1970s. Is that right?
Well, right now, I'm in the West, I have the 9 states in the Western United States, and it's not just Silicon Valley that seems interested in AI. No matter who we talk to, whether they're, small businesses, medium or large businesses, manufacturing, tourism, etc., they're using AI in a way that they say is going to improve their productivity, and they're already seeing parts of it. So when I see that, I'm like, okay, we need to think about that. What really will spur this as an ongoing thing is if they start to change their business processes. So that's what I'm looking at. Now, that means, but I guess a different way to say it is we cannot take our eyes off inflation. Again, Americans have endured high inflation too long. That's our mandate. So while I'm looking for productivity gains and seeing if they're going to continue, I'm also keeping my eye completely focused on inflation to make sure that it doesn't pick up in a way that would suggest we need to do more or we need to hold longer.
President Tony, how would you respond to the criticism that the Federal Reserve as an institution has taken its eye off inflation, that inflation is closer to 3 than it is to 2, and the Fed's been cutting interest rates?
I don't think that if you unpack the inflation data, you really see signs of that. It's true that headline inflation is printing at that level, but you have to take apart that inflation and ask how much of it is the effective tariffs passing through to goods prices that we expect to be a one-time price level adjustment and not a consistent run-up in inflation. And if you unpack the data, what you see is you don't see inflation running up in services or housing, and importantly, you don't see it spreading into inflation expectations that would be the thing that would continue to run up inflation going forward. We also see a labor market that's softening and wage growth that is moderating, so you're really not going to see a lot of pressure coming on the cost side of labor. So I put those things together, and we don't want to make the mistake of holding on too long for rates, only to find out we injure the economy.
But President Tony, can we just pick up on the cost of labour? I think this is really important right now. Clearly, and it's hard to dispute this, it's in the data, we've had a massive step down in payrolls growth. What's behind that is a little bit more confusing. Is it demand? Is it cyclical? Is it structural? Is it something else like immigration? What's your town right now? What can you point to that helps tell you it's one thing over the other?
Yes, you look at price.
Seems like the gladiators give them a positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. One ETF, one other innovator, rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at investment.com.
Yes, you look at prices, and in this case, the price of labor is wages. If it was simply about supply and firms were still scrambling to find workers to fill what was jobs that were supported by the previous immigrants, you would find wages going up as they bid for workers to try to fill those jobs. But that's actually not what you see. You see wage growth slowing, even in sectors where immigration played a larger role. And so that to me says it's a demand shock, a negative demand shock, along with just a coincidental negative supply shock. So you lost workers, but you lost jobs at the same time, or you had job growth slowing. And what we're seeing now is does that continue to net out, right? What if the supply of workers doesn't keep going down, but the demand for workers does? Well, then we'd end up with a rise in unemployment. So have to keep squarely focused on those types of things. We're definitely in a low hiring period, and interrogating that labor market, continuing to watch the information, see what firms do next. That's going to be the important part.
I think something that a lot of people have said really is the K-shape, the idea that particularly on the lower end, you have not seen wages keep pace with the rest of the income spheres. I just wonder, though, how much we are seeing a massive amount of inflation in asset prices and how that feeds into what you're looking at, especially at a time.
And this K-shape is really important. This K-shape movement in the economy, or recovery, if you want to call that, but this K-shaped economy, it's multifaceted. One aspect to it is the skills. Why is there a bifurcation? K-shape basically meaning part of the society is moving upward, the other part of the society is moving downward. So there's a skills difference. Another part of it is that there's a part of society that has assets, homes and equities, or financial assets that are appreciating, while others don't, and their money is being eroded through inflation. And there is also indebtedness. The indebtedness, especially because of schooling, especially with the youth not being able to get jobs versus people that do have jobs, and they have to pay their school debt now, and they're having difficulty. So there's many aspects to this. There's also this aspect of technology, AI, changing the skills gap, changing the landscape of what you need to know, what you need to be able to implement in the job market to be able to be hired or to be maintaining your employment. That's also changing. And so as this bifurcation society through this K-shaped economy, there will be further demonization. The ones that are benefiting from capitalism will push for capitalism, and the ones that are not benefiting from capitalism, and I told you the reasons why, they are going to be pushing collectivism. And the oppressor and the oppressed, the ones that are in the upswing, they're the oppressor. The ones in the downswing are going to say they're oppressed. So as this is continuing, there will be further demonization of white males, further demonization of white females, further demonization of individuals that are successful. And that the minority groups that are not successful will continue to push this collective agenda.
Like the 1990s, and we know what happened after the 1990s. How much do you weigh that? How much do you have to pay attention?
Well, one of the things that you do, so financial market conditions are one input into our decision making, that one of many inputs. We have two goals: price stability, full employment. We're trying to think about what inputs affect those two variables, those two goals. But what I look at is, if you look under the valuations, people are really talking about one of two things. This is going to be a transformative technology. AI is going to change the world. It'll be like electricity or the steam engine. And then the people who are a little more skeptical are saying it's going to be a business as usual technology. Think of computers and the internet. The thing that's true about both of those is they're both productive. You get productivity from both of those. They both help with growth. They both help the pie and the US expand. And so we're not talking about a bunch of ideas with no backing. We're talking about, equity investors, not highly leveraged, going in and making bets really on whether it's going to be transformative or business as usual. But everybody agrees on one thing: it will change productivity.
At the same time, President Daley, some people would suggest that, yes, you will see stocks continue to go up in the face of another rate cut. But at the same time, the transmission mechanism of the additional cuts are slower to take place. It's less efficient in terms of the pass-through, just based on how much lending there is, whether it's in the private lending sphere or beyond. How do you measure these things at a confusing moment?
Well, I guess this argument that we've somehow lost our power and monetary policy doesn't transmit, I simply don't see it in the information. If you go out and you look at what happened when inflation was running really, really high, we raised rates pretty aggressively, and mortgage interest rates rose rapidly, car loan rates rose rapidly, and the economy slowed, inflation came down. Right now, what I'm seeing is we adjust rates, mortgage interest rates come down, not one for one, that's not how it works. Usually it's less than one for one, but they come down. You see a little more activity in the housing market, you see a little more activity in the borrowing market more generally, and you see that dynamic work. So I guess the most important thing is just to remember that monetary policy acts with a lag, and right now we're making decisions not just for what's going to happen next week, but what's going to happen in the next 6 months to a year. So that's how we have to think about it with our forecasts, and then how we adjust policy as those forecasts evolve.
How frustrating has it been not to get government data?
I really want the information, the fullest amount of information we can possibly get. But one of the things that I think maybe underestimated in public about what the Fed does is we're regularly relying on government provided data. That's the gold standard of data in the world. We're also relying on private sector surveys, which have been collected for many, many years, and we can correlate them with the government collected data over time and know exactly how they relate to one another. And then, of course, there's really no replacement, especially at inflection points in the economy, for talking to businesses, workers, communities, and consumers, asking people what they're really doing. And then I like to do this. Go to the parking lots of your favorite retail stores and look at how many cars are in the parking lot and what people are buying. That tells you a lot. Airports are full. People are out there. You can go to a sporting event or a concert, see how many people are there. What you see is an economy that is slower than it was. Consumers that are not, they're more picky about what they spend on, but they're still out there participating in the economy. And that's how we get the information we need to make the right decisions that are according to our mandates, but mostly for the American people.
President Dilley, you've been working with the Fed or on the Fed committee for a long, long time in these debates. Have you ever seen it more divided than it is right now on the FOMC?
Of course. I mean, if you look at the transcripts and the meeting minutes, and it's helpful to go back and look at the 1990s debates and go back and look at the commentary around the 1970s. It is a misnomer to think people always agree. The right way to think about it, in my judgment, this has been my experience, is that the debate we have, I wouldn't even call it division. I would call it differences of opinion that are really healthy in a debate about trying to make policy in an uncertain time with no truth. We don't have truth. We have forecasts. We have our best estimates. We have taking the evidence and then taking it again and looking through it with different lenses. I see that as a strength of the committee, a strength of the Federal Reserve, and importantly, is delivering the best possible decisions we can make. So I have seen this many times before, and I think it's always at inflection points that you see the broadest amount of disagreement, and it's exactly what I hope people would want from a committee making decisions on inflation and full employment. It really does help us make sure that we're doing the best we possibly can.
So you're happy to confirm on the record you have not seen Governor Marin and President Smith in a fight in the 2-day meeting? Can we confirm that, President Day, today? That hasn't happened.
You always try, and yet I'm not a rookie.
Mary Daly, thank you.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the get the probiotics. Get the probiotics either in veggie cap form or in powdered form. A good probiotic will help to set the foundation for good health. A good gut biome is going to allow you to digest your food properly, absorb your nutrients, improve your immune system, improve the communication between your gut and your liver, which will help with metabolism, and improve your communication between your gut and your brain. It'll remove brain fog. It'll help you to concentrate. It'll help you to get better sleep. And when you have proper sleep, you'll be well rested. You'll have more energy. You're detoxifying your central nervous system, and you're consolidating memory. Your cognitive function will improve with a good gut biome. Now, a lot of people don't realize that good health starts at the gut. In addition, by taking these probiotics, your skin will improve too. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the veggie cap version or the powdered version. Take it every day. Drink it with filtered water. In addition, it's important that you prepare for the fall and the winter. Take the vitamin C and magnesium. This will boost up your immune system, help with brain function, and help with your skin. Magnesium and zinc boosts up your immune system and helps with brain function. Take it every day, and guess what? It's part of an anti-aging protocol. But it's really important to take during the fall and the winter season. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. When you take that double dose, take one in the morning, take another in the evening. All right. With that, Iran sends $1 billion to Hezbollah, says a U.S. official. This is the reason why I was saying Trump chickened out. He should have killed the Ayatollah.
with President Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharar as he becomes the first Syrian leader to ever visit the White House after toppling the Assad regime last year. This meeting comes days after the U.S. lifted sanctions and terrorist designations on the Syrian president after he left al-Qaeda, in 2016. Joining us now is Fox News contributor, former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo. Mr. Secretary, put this in perspective. I know the numbers and the dates, but put it in perspective how unlikely this visit was a few years ago.
Good morning, Brian. Yeah, very unlikely. This leader was someone who was working for Al-Qaeda. He was a leader of an organization called HTS, a terror organization who was designated a terrorist by the United States of America. So pretty unlikely, but lots has transpired in Syria. Assad is gone. That is a good thing for the world and for the region, for Israel. And now the task is for him to rebuild his own country, which is deeply fragmented and had over 6 or 7 million people flee the country because of Assad's regime. Now he's got to build it all back together. And without American support, like you're seeing today from President Trump and that from Mohammed bin Salman and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's not possible. I wish him the best, because if he can get it right in Syria, that would be a good thing for the United States of America.
As you know, Assad's Shia, and he's Sunni. It's a majority Sunni country, but Turkey's got a presence there. The U.S. has a presence there, and there's still various terror networks. You got 71 suspected ISIS members are arrested. That is a form of Al-Qaeda. 61 raids carried out. A lot of people are concerned about the numbers of Christians who have been targeted. I don't necessarily think it's coming from him, nor does our government. But the one thing I'd like to see happen, Mr. Secretary, is him to say, look, Mr. President, President Trump took a great risk recognizing him shaking his hand as a favor to MBS. Now I want you to break off relations with Russia. They've been barrel bombing you for the last 12 years on behalf of a renegade leader who's now has a haven in Russia. Why are we allowing them to have this relationship with Russia? We could use leverage to kick Russia out of the country and out of that port.
Yes, Brian, he's going to have to step up and do a lot of things, given the support that he's been given, the lifeline that he's been given by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, now by President Trump. And President Trump, I'm sure, will put that to him. Not only kicking the Russians out, I think you're exactly right, but it's a hot mess. We need to make sure that he protects Christians. We need to make sure he protects the Druze that are sitting there on his border. These are religions and sects that are different from his. He says he's going to do that. The proof will be in the pudding. We should also make sure that the primary factor in the region, the Islamic Republic of Iran, isn't an influential player there. So he needs to join the West wholeheartedly. He needs to join the Gulf Arab states and the United States, push back against terror. And if he does that, we can help him build out a united, contiguous Syria. And that would be a really good thing. There's a lot of work to do. It is incredibly complicated, and we need to make sure that his history doesn't dominate his future.
Quick question. Do you think he is going to join the Abraham Accords? Do you think it's likely?
I'm confident that President Trump will ask him to do so, at least tacitly. There's a long way to go before he can do that. He needs to get his political footing. I hope that he will. I hope every nation in the region will do that. It makes sense to simply acknowledge that Israel has a fundamental right to exist. That's at the core of the Abraham Accords. He ought to do it when the time is right.
So, and by the way, Iran's regime, even though they're flat on their back with a huge water shortage, has managed to smuggle $1 billion to Hezbollah. So just when you thought maybe Lebanon could be run by the Lebanese, billions of dollars still pouring into which was once the gold standard of terror groups. How much longer, how much longer until Israel has to take them out again? Because they've been resupplied.
Right, Israel is striking into Lebanon with some frequency. So even as we talk here today, the Israelis are watching what Hezbollah is doing. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Shia militias they're not going to go away quietly, Brian. This is going to take continued effort from us, from the Europeans. They've got to get serious about this. The Israelis are going to have to continue to do what they know how to do best, and the Gulf Arab states need to join in pushing back against this. You're exactly right. These guys aren't going to lay down their arms. This is not over. There's still work to be done.
Yeah, by the way, Jared Kushner meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. The administration gets it. Got to hold the hostages out, but the work's got to be every single day, because as soon as if the fighting starts again, the whole Abraham Accords stop. Because and if you get these done and expanded, that will really get us around the bend, perhaps. So thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Absolutely true. Thank you. Have a good morning.
You too. More Fox and Friends straight ahead.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox.
The Hill did a segment about $2,000 tariff checks for every American. Like, that's not going to be inflationary. My God, I'll tell you. Too much. There's too many handouts from the government. It needs to stop. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the complete multivitamin. This will help with your cellular metabolism, allow for your enzymes to perform properly. The multivitamin acts as cofactors, attaches to the enzyme, allows for the enzyme to have the proper conformation to allow for your cells to process what it needs to process with that enzyme. This is part of the foundation of my anti-aging protocol. This stacks really well with the probiotic. And this multivitamin is easy to digest. Take it every day. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the dual-purpose deodorants. Use these deodorants as a daily deodorant, but it also will help to detoxify your body. When you detoxify your body regularly, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. Super important for slowing down the aging process. Now, you can get it in citrus, in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, very, very high quality ingredients. And again, this is for males and females. It's dual purpose. Use it as a daily deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. And since we're talking about detoxifying your body, get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. You take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, and it will bind to those toxins and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Do this every day, and by doing this, you're improving your different organ systems. When you detoxify your body, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, your vascular system, your liver, your spleen, your kidneys, even your brain. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen in to The Hill.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Oh, what a show we have for you today. It's good to be back with you. Niall is here and is here all week and maybe next week.
Yes, Monday of next week, I think, but concentrating on this Monday, taking it one day at a time.
One Monday at a time. Well, good to see you. It is Arctic in here for some reason in the studio, so if we're chattering, it's because we're not properly heated.
Arctic and you're chilly outside. It's actually warmer outside than it is in here. We'll persevere.
We shall do our best.
So coming up on Rising, House Democrats say that convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell is planning on asking President Trump to commute her federal prison sentence. And they're also sounding the alarm over the allegedly lenient and preferential treatment she's getting in prison.
Plus, Joe Rogan and actor Billy Bob Thornton, favorite actor of mine, took some shots at other actors who use award ceremonies to promote political causes.
And 8 Senate Democrats have voted in favor to end the longest government shutdown ever. But first of all, Robbie, let's get started. What is on your radar?
I almost did a radar on how much I dislike Zoran Mamdani.
Oh, no.
But instead, I decided to start the week on a more conciliatory note.
Save my feelings.
Here we go. So, no one ever said Donald Trump lacked creativity. The president is clearly concerned that the Supreme Court could rule against his widespread use of tariffs to engage in diplomacy with countries the world over, and has come up with an idea to make them more popular with Americans. Trump is promising to pay every American, except those who are already very wealthy, $2,000 per person. Trump wrote this on Truth Social. People that are against tariffs are fools. We are now the richest, most respected country in the world with almost no inflation and a record stock market price. 401ks are highest ever. We're
almost no inflation. First of all, I voted for Trump 3 times. All right. But the thing is that Trump says things are sometimes that aren't true or partially true. No inflation. We do have inflation, and it's above the 2% target. It's closer to 3.1%. And expected inflation is way above that. In a record stock market price. Well, we're not at a record stock market price. We're trading at 6,781. And the VIX is trading at 18, so he's not right about that. 401ks are the highest ever. 401ks are not the highest ever because we're not at the record for the S&P 500. So this guy, you know, it's hyperbole. Is the stock market doing well? Yeah, it's year over year it's doing well. 401ks year over year are doing well, but they're not at their highest level because we're trading below the high point of the S&P 500, which is pretty close to 6,900. And inflation is above 2%. So I don't even know what he's talking about with there's no inflation. No inflation would mean zero. But you don't want zero. You want a little bit of inflation. Now the question is, you know, you want 1 or 2% inflation. You really want just 1% inflation. But the target by the Federal Reserve is 2%. We're way above the target. So this statement that he's making is just wrong. And I voted for Trump. It's wrong in so many levels.
And paying down our enormous debt, $37 trillion record investment in the USA. Plants and factories going up all over the place. A dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone. Well, this idea comes at a moment where Trump's tariffs could be in jeopardy, constitutionally speaking. The Supreme Court is currently hearing arguments regarding a case that will decide whether the president has the power to unilaterally impose tariffs without action from Congress, now under his broad emergency powers. Last week, the Scottish justices seemed skeptical that the president possessed this power. A key moment came when Associate Justice Neil Gorsuch asked whether the president could use these same emergency powers to impose tariffs in other contexts. Take a listen.
Could the president impose a 50% tariff on gas-powered cars and auto parts to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat from abroad of climate change?
It's very likely that can be done. That's very likely.
And I think that has to be the logic of your view.
Yeah, in other words, obviously this administration would say that's a hoax, it's not a crisis, but...
I'm sure you would.
Yes, but that would be a question for Congress under our interpretation, not for the courts.
That was the sound of every properly conservative American dying a little on the inside. I don't care how much you love Donald Trump, if the president can declare tariffs on that basis, just imagine what Democrats will do when they get back into power. Now, as for Trump's latest scheme, $2,000 for every American sounds like a great deal. When will the checks be in the mail, I wonder? Don't get too excited. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent clarified that these cash payments to Americans could take many forms. Here he was explaining the policy to the media over the weekend.
The $2,000 dividend could come in lots of forms, in lots of ways, George. It could be just the tax decreases that we are seeing on the president's agenda. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. So, those are substantial deductions that, are being financed in the tax bill.
But here's the problem. Now, while
When your best friend can do no wrong. With Cottrell, our sofas get it right. What, Pod?
But here's the problem. Now, while it certainly sounds good for every American to receive a check for $2,000, the revenue raised from tariffs comes from, well, all of us. Tariffs are, in fact, a tax on the American people. Foreign countries don't pay them. Foreign firms don't pay them. Cost of the tariff is paid by the importer, no matter the good or the product or the resource or the service in question. Whoever is purchasing the tariffed item, whether it's Japanese cars or South American sugar, that's the party who pays them, the purchaser. That party then passes that cost on to domestic consumers by raising the price that they're going to charge when they sell it in this country. All of the revenue raised by the federal government vis-a-vis tariffs is being collected already from the American people. So seen in that light, the true light, the idea of the U.S. receiving some of that money back in the form of checks, well, that's a bit absurd. The tariff revenue was collected from us in the form of higher prices. Skip the checks, just get rid of the tariffs and watch prices fall. Now, conservatives, if they're being honest with themselves, know that the best way to have a healthy economy is to have a federal government that is maximally hands-off. It's not a conservative agenda, but a socialist agenda, a Zoran Mamdani agenda, perhaps, that wants central government control over the economy in the form of vast regulation, price fixing, and taxation. Tariffs are taxes. Conservatives know this. The Supreme Court knows it too. So with respect to those $2,000 checks, thank you, Mr. President, but no thank you. Just cut taxes, cut tariffs, watch the magic of the market economy go to work.
Well, I'm going to skip over your gratuitous jab, Mr. Mamdani, and move on to the substance of your argument. As you know, you and I have broadly similar views on the tariff question. I think that there are some isolated examples where they could be justified. I don't think you think they're ever justified, but the general thrust of your argument, which is that they're a tax on everybody, I do agree with that. I was also scribbling notes as you were going through your radar there. Just some of the things that struck me were, for example, Trump tweeting about 401ks being their highest ever. Of course, 401ks is pretty much linked to the stock market. That's not its highest ever because of tariffs. In fact, tariffs in terms of the Liberation Day tariffs sunk the stock market by quite a significant amount, and then they rallied, the markets rallied back as Trump gradually pulled back from the tariffs. The Supreme Court case, I think we discussed briefly last week, but it does seem to me of a piece of Trump's tendency to just declare emergencies in various ways as a way to get around whatever the existing laws or practices or guardrails are. And then Scott Bessent making that argument, well, it can come in many forms. I just laughed.
Good feelings.
Good feelings, good vibes.
Yeah.
$3,000 of good vibes for everyone.
I'm very concerned that the Republican Party, the Trump administration, Trump himself, frankly, is not at this moment paying close enough attention to affordability and the general economic situation being such a chief concern of voters. It should not be surprising that this is the chief concern of voters. This has remained now the chief concern of voters for a long time. This is what sunk Biden, the perception that his policies had contributed to inflation. They had not gotten inflation under control. They were in denial about the extent of the inflation problem. People were seeing the sticker price of goods at the grocery store staying high and blaming Biden for that. Trump comes into power and does not, and I'm not like unfairly critical of the guy. I don't try to slam him left and right. I've had some positive things to say about the foreign policy agenda of the administration. The domestic policy agenda is just, is gone awry because these prices remain high and people are still feeling that pain. And that's not actually surprising, again, given the tariffs and some other policies. This is a case where I love to disdain economic experts or experts in any field as much as anyone else, but the economic experts all said, if you do this kind of thing, it will hurt the market, it will hurt affordability, and they did it anyway, and this is what has happened. It's persisted to hurt.
Yeah, and the Trump people take refuge in the idea that some of the predictions for inflation were higher than they've turned out to be. But it's still the case that inflation at 3% on an annualized basis is pretty much exactly where it was when Trump came into power. Given the centrality of that issue to his election, as you point out, it's obviously a problem for him that inflation has not been curbed in any significant way at all. And so we see when it's broken down, when his performance is broken down according to various topics, you see basically his worst marks on inflation. And I think that goes to some of the points you were raising.
It's really frustrating that the administration, almost on some very basic level, doesn't seem to understand that when you say, whatever it is, car parts from Canada cost 20% more, that means the price of cars, things we're buying here, goes up accordingly, like just in a very basic way.
Yeah, not that hard to understand.
Yeah.
Coming up, former President Biden is issuing a warning about Trump's presidency. Stick with us, we'll be right back.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will allow you to focus on tasks, also improve your memory and cognition. Over time, it'll improve your neuroplasticity, so you'll be thinking faster and have better recall. Please go to my store and take this NeuroStack, drink it with filtered water, take it every day. Super important for brain function. Please go to my store and get the Clarity Factor. Myotrol, great to help with building muscle and maintaining muscle, also improving the health of your mitochondria. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help you with the gene expression to build muscle. Do resistance training, take the Myotrol. Super important, especially if you're older, but you can use Myotrol if you're an athlete, younger or older. Omega-3 will help with your cardiovascular health. It'll bring down inflammation and help you maintain and control your lipid profile. And it helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Super important, because when you do that, you're reducing plaque formation. And omega-3 will reduce the stickiness of your red blood cells to prevent overclotting. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Now we're going to listen to Jacob Rees-Mogg about the BBC.
Too late to save him, in vain they tried. These words actually, in relation to the death of Gordon of Khartoum, have been going around my mind in relation to the BBC. Is it too late to save a once great British institution? What has happened is pretty serious and has led to the resignation of the Director General and the head of news, because the BBC essentially created fake news. It misled its audience, it said things that were not true, it left a false impression. And this is really important because the BBC has been accused of bias for many years, of having an essentially metropolitan view of the world, not a party political bias, but a view of the world that it thought was authoritative and it felt it could lecture people about. And it always denied this and said it was impartial and that there was no BBC culture, no monolithic view of the world that it expressed. And these scandals have shown that there is, that it doesn't like Donald Trump and is willing to lie about him, is willing to create an impression that was utterly false because it fed into its overall view of the world, and it was willing to make things up.
With the Verizon Visa card, you get up to $200 cash back as a new cardholder and 4% in rewards when you shop at the grocery store, get gas, and dine out. Plus, your reward.
And it was willing to make things up about what had been done by Israeli soldiers in Gaza because of its essentially anti-Israel stance. And what it said about Israel is deeply shocking. It accused Israeli soldiers of creating a mass grave, of murdering people and then burying them, when it had already reported that the self-same grave had been dug by Hamas some time before. It knew its story was false. And yet it broadcast it because it has been unsympathetic to Israel and sympathetic to Hamas throughout the problems that have gone on, the terrible, terrible problems that have gone on, and the brutalities since the 7th of October 2023. So the BBC has been caught out. It's been, as I say, found with its hand in the cookie jar, or as if it were a thief with the safe open and it's removing the silver that belongs to the owner of the house. And the owner of the house is, of course, us, the British people who pay for it, who fund it. And this is why I wonder whether it's too late that the funding model of the BBC has failed, but the BBC likes it because it's a comfort blanket. It's a secure source of revenue, goes up with inflation every year. They don't need to do any work to get it, other than pretend they've got detective bands going round. But it's been bad for the BBC. The BBC, 30 years ago, was a great and global broadcasting media company. It had a large revenue, it had a global position, had a global reputation. Through the World Service, it had been highly respected behind the Iron Curtain. Its revenue in 1990, adjusted for inflation, was £3.2 billion. It's gone up since 1990 to £5.3 billion. Sky's revenue in that period, adjusted again for inflation, was about £200 million. £200 million. And it's gone up to £10.3 billion. Whereas Netflix didn't exist in 1990 and now has revenue of £30 billion. So Sky has gone up 50-fold in real terms And the BBC hasn't even doubled in that period. On Netflix has gone from 0 to £30 billion. What does this tell you? It tells you that the license fee is not the answer to Auntie's prayers. It has held the BBC back. Because in that period, an enormous amount of innovation was going on, which the BBC simply couldn't be part of, because it was limited to getting money from its license fee and some overseas sales of programmes. But the license fee has been at the heart of it. And in that period, the BBC has gone down the rankings as a major media company, because other people have managed to earn more and overtake it. So, in 1990, the BBC was still very much the dominant force in sport. But Sky took that away from it. It took the cricket, it took the football, it took the sport that people wanted to watch away, leaving the BBC essentially with sporting events that the owners of the event wanted to be with the BBC for historic reasons. Sky began to dominate that and the revenues flowed from it. The next stage was that Netflix burst onto the scene, and Netflix has been dominating drama and new productions. And it has budgets that the BBC can only dream of because its revenues are so much larger. Now, admittedly, it's American, its primary market is American. Those revenues are enormous. And the BBC isn't in the game, and it isn't in the game because it's dependent on its license fee, limits its revenue. So what should it do? To show that it isn't too late, to prove what I said at the beginning was wrong, that there is a chance for the BBC to make itself work again. But it's got to get its economics right. And therefore it should go to the government, because the charter is under review, and say we would like to get rid of the license fee. Not overnight, it can't go to zero income overnight, but say over 10 years. Have it reduced in simple interest terms by 10% a year. They could get it past the government, try and get an inflation adjustment so that it goes down by 10% a year in real terms, not just in nominal terms. That would help it a bit. And then get the permission immediately.
Extreme weather in the area. Better stay inside.
Don't let what's happening outside affect how you feel inside.
Get the permission immediately to earn revenue in all sorts of other ways. From tomorrow, it should take advertising on its website. There is no reason not to have adverts on the BBC website, which is a high-quality website that has lots of resources thrown at it, but is simply a cost base for the BBC. Then, should have adverts on its ordinary programming. ITV would squeal, ITV would hate it. But why should ITV have a quasi-monopolistic position in terms of advertising? That's no more reasonable than a license fee. ITV should have to compete for its supper just as much as the BBC. Advertising would bring in significant amounts of revenue because the BBC still has large audiences for many of its programmes. So it should do that, and then, of course, subscription. The iPlayer is a fantastic service. It's really good. You can find programmes that you wanted to watch from years gone by. You can watch a programme you've just missed the start of and rewind a few minutes. It's a very good, sophisticated technology that the BBC simply isn't using enough, isn't maximising, it's not sweating the asset. So the BBC should do that. Those are three important revenue sources that it could get. Advertising on the internet, advertising on its mainline programmes, and subscription revenue for the iPlayer. But it could change advertising. It could ask Ofcom to change the rules so there could be product placement. The whole network of broadcasting in this country should simply become more commercial. It was different when there were only 2, 3, and 4 broadcasters. You needed constraints and regulations and to try and save people from the bother of product placement and all of that. But none of this is necessary anymore. All these rules should go to allow the broadcasters to be competitive and have a chance to make money. And doing this little recording, if I wanted to put up a, I don't know, cup of coffee that I was drinking and tell you that you should only drink this particular brand of coffee, I'd be allowed to do so. Why shouldn't the BBC and ITV be allowed to do so as well? And then the BBC has to look at cutting its costs. This is noticeable whenever you go in to do a broadcast, but the BBC has more staff than any other organisation you go to of a comparable kind. Much more than GB News, much more than Sky. So they need to cut their costs and boost their income at the same time. The other thing they should do,
Step into the world of Nespresso and bring magic to every morning. Shop the holiday gift collection.
The other thing they should do, try and reconnect with British people, is mutualise. This was a suggestion made by Kelvin Mackenzie years ago. They should say to the government, look, it's not really owned by the government, owned by the state. It's owned by the licence fee payers. Let's give every licence fee payer one share in the BBC. Let's list it on the stock market. Let's make it a proper public company so that people can have ownership and indeed an asset in return for the licence fee that some people have been paying for years and years and years. Give them ownership, give them a stake, and then perhaps, if it's more commercial, if it's earning its way, if it's cut its costs, perhaps then it can rebuild trust by focusing on doing what historically it used to do quite well, of being rigorously honest and impartial, and not going down the metropolitan highways and byways to lecture us about what we ought to think, to give up that approach. It's going to be a very hard slog, and it's going to be very difficult to rebuild trust after the recent scandal. But it can be done, and people have to stop talking about crazy conspiracy theories. The British state is not clever enough to run these conspiracy theories, whether they're right-wing ones or left-wing ones. There's no conspiracy theory to have got rid of the Director General and the head of news. It's not about that, it's about a failure. And Tim Davie has done the honourable thing, in my view, because the buck stops somewhere and he's the ultimate head of it. He wasn't responsible for the failure, but he's honourably taken responsibility for it. That's how organisations are meant to work. That is a good sign that there are people at the BBC who take their role seriously. It's people there down who did it who bear the greater responsibility and ought not to be working for the BBC. They ought to go and work for another broadcasting company that has a left-wing view of the world and is entitled to do so. The BBC has to be impartial because of its history and because of the way it's funded. It has a different duty from other broadcasters. We all have the duty of due impartiality under Ofcom regulations, but that's different from the BBC's very particular national duty that it's clearly lost its way over. But if it were to be commercial, if it were to be owned by the individual licence fee payers, then I think there's a chance it could win back people's trust, and it could do this rigorously and properly, and rebuild a company, rebuild its revenue so that it can compete. They want to do deals with other companies to reinforce its commercial operations. That's how it's going to work. It's a commercial world, and the BBC has been sucking on the teat of state subsidy for far too long, and it's damaged it rather than supported it. It's time for the comfort blanket to go away. It's time for the commercial winds to blow. I think, underneath it all, the BBC can produce great programmes. The iPlayer's got very good technology. It could succeed, but it's got to try. As always, thank you for watching.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help to strengthen your muscles, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, detoxify your body. When you bring down inflammation and detoxify your body and soak up free radicals, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. You're also helping with your brain function, your cardiovascular system. Now, do some resistance training. Take the Gladiator Barley every day. Detoxifying your body on a daily routine is super important. It's a very high quality barley with micronutrients. This is a month's supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or even a smoothie, but take it every day. Super important. And make sure that you do some resistance training. please go to my store and get the Gladiator barley. Also, Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower for you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. So you're well rested, you're detoxifying your central nervous system and consolidating your memory. Chronic sleep deprivation can lead to early onset of dementia. You want to take this to get the sleep that you need to slow down the aging process. Super important. And vitamin B complex, if you're 40 years of age or older, this is extremely important to be taking every day. Vitamin B complex will help the health of your mitochondria, build the energy that you need, the ATP that you need, help with your cellular metabolism, and to protect your neurons. Please go to my store, make sure you get the vitamin B complex, the Goodnight Formula, and get the Gladiator barley. Slow down the aging process. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Tucker Carlson continues to draw fire from pro-Israel conservatives after interviewing Nick Fuentes nearly 2 weeks ago. This story is not letting up. Radio personality Mark Levin recently read aloud a series of text messages on his show that he said were between him and Carlson.
The exchange started when Carlson invited Levin to debate him at a Turning Point USA event. Here was Levin's response.
People are waking to what scum he actually is. And he thinks I'm going to platform him? He thinks I'm going to help him kick up his podcast ratings? What would Charlie say? What would Rush say? What would any rational response? Here it is. I wrote him the following. My family and I want nothing to do with you. What you've become, your vile libels against my faith, millions of Christians, and in my view, what you seek to do to our country. There's nothing to debate. You're a Nazi promoter.
Levin was heavily criticized by supporters of Carlson for those comments, and even some on the left. Back to Carlson, Young Turks founder Jake Uber wrote on X, "This is unintentionally hilarious. Levin says Tucker's podcast is stinking and he's desperate. It's top 10 this week. Mark Levin's show is not even the top 200. Says he won't platform Tucker Carlson. Mark missed the memo. You're not in charge anymore, bro. He's platforming you."
Meanwhile, fellow conservative commentator Ben Shapiro has also been at odds with Carlson over the platforming of Fuentes. Here was Shapiro debating Megyn Kelly on her show last Friday.
If I see somebody breach basic moral values by having on a Nazi, and in my own view, you can take your own view, in my own view, gloss the Nazi, then I'm going to speak out about that, and I'm going to point out that there is a long pattern of him ideologically laundering terrible ideas over the course of the last 2 years, ranging from traveling to Russia to sniff the bread and explain why the Russian regime is actually wonderful, to saying last week that the Venezuelan regime of Nicolas Maduro is actually not that bad because they're being attacked by, in his words, a globo homo.
Tucker's made the point, I'm not going to here to be Tucker's defender, but he's made the point that Maduro is culturally conservative.
Who gives a The guy's a communist dictator.
I thought Ben Shapiro did pretty well in that appearance with Megyn Kelly. Much better than the kind of line that Mark Levin is adopting. Again, he was using that, I'm not going to platform you language. The problem, conservatives have associated that language with liberal cancel culture shutdown people. So to hear them now appropriating that and saying, well, we're going to not platform someone, that will persuade no one on their own side because they have already conditioned the right to be against that kind of thing. Don't say you're not platforming someone on the right you disagree with. Say you disagree with them and you're happy to hash that out. I think Ben Shapiro would be happy to argue about it. Maybe Mark Levin doesn't want to do it. He doesn't have to do it, but don't use that, well, I'm not going to platform him, blah, blah, blah. Just don't say it that way. Ben Shapiro is making more, I think, salient points about what he dislikes about how Tucker has gone about these interviews. I agree that the interview with Putin was too soft. It was nonetheless interesting and worthwhile, and I think harder to challenge someone like that because of the language barrier, frankly. Fuentes should have just been challenged harder. I would not say do not platform him. I don't use the language do not platform X. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to do it, you should do it with some kind of pushback. Now, and Tucker also had on somebody who denied that the Nigerians are killing anyone and that anyone's dying in Nigeria or something like that, which is also just ludicrous. So, Tucker's up against a lot of people on the right now, and I'm not sure who's going to win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's curious. You're obviously much more familiar with the right or conservative ecosystem than I am. I'm watching it with some befuddlement because this row, this furor just seems to keep going on and on and on. Now, of course, I understand why bringing Nick Fuentes onto your very popular podcast is an issue, particularly if, as seems to be the consensus, Carlson didn't really challenge him in a serious enough way. I mean, I find Fuentes a loathsome character. The language of platforming or not platforming, I mean, I just personally ignore him, and I don't pay really. I know enough from what I have seen him say about himself that for me, I've no need or desire to know anything more about him. But I mean, he's obviously getting traction. One of the things that is not exactly a challenge for me in discussing it, but like someone like Mark Levin has views on the Gaza situation that I find, completely reprehensible as well. Talking about, so-called Palestinians, implying that the whole thing is confected, or a very, very vigorous support for an Israeli campaign that I think has been just disgraceful and indefensible. So, but no one ever suggests he should.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly Sublocade may help you move forward in your recovery. Sublocade with counseling.
No one ever suggests he should be deplatformed for those sort of views, right?
Oh, right. Yes. So, and that is a point I have raised too. Again, that makes no one unhappy, or that makes no one happy because the people on the more on the non-intervention, the anti-interventionist side, again, which I associate my own views are much more on that side. They'll say, well, you're saying we can't platform someone like Nick Fuentes, or we shouldn't platform someone like Nick Fuentes because he has racist and anti-Semitic and anti-women views. But you are defending what has been termed a genocide, and we're supposed to platform you?
Right.
Why is supporting a genocide
okay?
That's fine, but saying something racist is not. Now, I would just say you should neither be racist nor be for genocide. And then, but the people on the other side will say, well, that's more confusing, whereas you're just like language that black people are inferior and it's not even really a policy. It's just an incorrect belief we should not deal with. Whereas how to sort out the Middle East is at least complicated.
Think about this. Both sides, the ultra-liberal and the ultra-right. Now, going back to William F. Buckley, Jr., he was a staunch conservative. And he said that you have to purge out the ultra-right, or you're going to lose at the ballot box. You're going to lose the argument. Now, Fuentes represents the ultra-right movement. Now, also, the problem with looking at the Democrat side, the ultra-left is hurting the Democratic Party. So the ultra-right's hurting the Republican Party. The ultra-left is hurting the Democratic Party. And in a very realistic way, both extremes are hurting the nation. Now, it goes back to God, country, and family. Is Nick Fuentes really God, country, and family? Well, he says that he's for family. Does he have a family? I don't know. He says he's for country. Would he really fight for the country? And, what's the pedigree of that? The pedigree of service to country. Maybe he does have some pedigree. I'm not sure. And in terms of God, do you think that the way he is so belligerent about certain types of people is really the ethics of Christianity? Now, he's a Christian, but he doesn't act like one. Sure as hell doesn't act like one. So he doesn't seem to really have, he says that he has some sort of religious affinity. He doesn't look like he acts like he has Christian morality. So, okay, so we have really an individual that wants attention. And there are a lot of people out there that are going to give him that attention, and he's going to monetize that. That's really what's happening with Nick. And eventually he'll implode, or people will stop listening to him, and he's almost like a shock jock. He's like a shock jock version on a podcast, right? There used to be shock jocks on radio. Well, we have podcast shock jocks now, and Nick is one of them. So the ultra-right, and there's different types of ultra-right, but he's a type of ultra-right that doesn't necessarily really fit nicely into God, country, and family ethics. And if we are to take Kierkegaard, the philosopher, the philosopher's main thesis about aesthetics, which is more the pleasure parts of life, ethics, and religion, those three pillars, he stated that to really ground yourself, you need to be having some sort of religious foundation. See, you have this kind of spectrum. I don't think Kierkegaard stated it this way. I think he stated it more like pillars. But you have the hedonistic aspects of society, the pleasure-seeking parts of society. You have the middle ground, which is having ethics. And then you have, on the other side of the spectrum, religion. Now, in a Kierkegaard philosophy lens, and analyzing Nick Fuentes, it looks like he fails this. Because someone that is religious and has ethics would not be so belligerent and so shock jock-esque. There is an element of egoism. And so when you see someone that has egoism and hubris, they're more closer to the aesthetic, the hedonistic aspects of society than the ethical or the religious aspects of society. So Nick Fuentes fails the Kierkegaard test. And so, unfortunately, we're starting to see even the infighting within the Conservative Party about what is needed to make the nation prosperous. And again, it goes back to God, country, and family. But when you have when you have that infighting, what happens? Remember what I was saying, the infighting with the ultra libs and their oppressor and oppressed mentality? Well, you have an infighting with the conservative movement. And what's the glue on to keep those subcultures together? Anti-Semitism. So the anti-Semitism is on both sides. Anti-Semitism is on the ultra left, but also on the ultra right.
I am for having arguments over all these things. I don't think anyone should use the no platforming thing, but you should just challenge someone's views on Israel, challenge someone's views. And I think for the pro-Israel or pro-intervention faction, the Levin faction, the Ben Shapiro faction, I have advised them to just admit that the aid the U.S. gives to Israel is unpopular and should be, for Israel's own PR, should be gotten away with. We should, in my view, work to make the Israel issue less salient, and then there will be less agony on the right over how to handle this. Just stop fighting about it by having Israel be responsible for its own decisions, and the U.S. is not influencing them or directly responsible for them or giving the aid. I think that would be That's my like middle ground option here, which satisfies neither side, because then I get attacked, and I have been attacked all week for weighing in on this at all on social media, which I'm not complaining about. That's not like what was me. It's fine, attack me, go ahead, I don't care. But I don't like to hear consistently that everybody thinks I'm wrong, but everybody thinks I'm wrong, because the pro-interventionist people want to maintain, and then some, the alliance and the military aid, and the anti-interventionist side wants stronger condemnation, and then also wants you to agree with that we can't criticize Fuentes for any of these other things he said. I'm like, well,
I know that does become crazy at that point. Just say, I mean, I think you've laid out the specifics of the whole debate very well there. But as a practical matter, as someone who's much more familiar with the right than I am, do you think there is a legitimate danger to?
What happens when real patients move curing hepatitis C from their to-do list to their to-day list?
I was able to move forward.
A legitimate danger to Tucker Carlson's career or prominence from this criticism, or does it actually sort of add fuel to his fire in your view?
I don't know. Well, Tucker is a very interesting figure. He is well liked by people who he is friends with, and if you're on the right, or if you're in commentary,
I'm sure he's well liked in his his little sphere, but I don't find him that intelligent. He's actually a bit of a pompous ass.
you pick a couple people that are your enemy, that you don't respect. You pick it for legitimate reasons, and then you say mean things about them. And then there are people who you sometimes agree with and sometimes disagree with, who you're not as mean to because, you want to go on their shows and you want to have a good relationship. People have probably noticed that I don't say very nice things about Candace Owens because I think she's a moron and I don't respect her. And that's just the truth. I think she's been a grifter for 100 years, and she's held every position under the sun. And she says things that are obviously just wrong constantly about Brigitte Macron being a man. She has crazy theories about who really killed Charlie Kirk. We have someone in custody who's motivated for plausibly left culture reasons. She has to imagine Israel did it, or Erica Kirk did it, or whoever did it.
No guest love on the Candace Owens show for you,
I don't respect her at all, and she's awful. So, that's my perspective on her. But Tucker, who maybe agrees with her on some things, or a lot of things, I've always liked, and he gave me my first, people know this, he gave me my first real job in commentary for Daily Caller. He was a great boss, gave me great advice over the years. He put me on his show a bunch of times when he was on Fox News, and so I haven't shied away from saying when I disagree with him, but I like and respect him, and I disagree with some of the choices he's made, but he's been a good person to me. That's just the truth. And Megyn Kelly feels the same way about him. When she got ousted from Fox, she maintained very friendly ties with him. He was very loyal to her. He's someone who is loyal to people he gets along with, and in that way has maintained a lot of influence, even as he is no longer inside a media apparatus like Fox News.
He is one of the people I think who has been most successful in a post-Fox News or even post any major cable network career. Like, he has retained his prominence and salience in a way that other people, haven't. So,
well, he was on every major network. He's had a lot of media experience. He is savvy at this.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. He hires people who know what they're doing. His former producer, Justin Wells, knows what he's doing. He had a good team. He had a good team at Fox, which is why it was by far the most successful show on the platform. He's now up against virtually the entire conservative media, and even organizations like Heritage, which is having a little bit of a civil war over this issue, seems to be landing more strongly. Like Kevin Roberts, the president, is basically begged for his job and promised the more pro-intervention or the not Fuentes, not Tucker side, that they can have whatever they want if they back him. And so, but like with Trump in 2016, having all of establishment conservative against you didn't matter at all in Trump's case. I don't know if it will in Tucker's.
Yeah, he may well survive.
Next up, the online magazine Teen Vogue will no longer exist as its own website. We'll discuss what the people are saying about that magazine's legacy.
I personally think that the conservative movement in the United States needs to have a honest debate between the factions of Nick Fuentes and Levin and Shapiro. What will happen out of that debate would be that we will see some of the fallacies of Levin and Shapiro, because there's too much whitewashing of some of the atrocities and some of the tactics of the Israelis, the Israeli government. Not just after October 7th, but just overall. They have this mentality of a surveillance state, using technology to watch over its citizens and watch over its environment under the auspices of national security. But also what they did was stealing nuclear secrets for their nuclear program from the United States, potentially being involved with the JFK assassination. There's probably some validity to it. So I think that the Israeli government is not lily white. And having that discussion and having Shapiro, Ben Shapiro and Levin, Mark Levin, to realizing that and saying, well, wait a minute here. When Israel does things wrong, they need to be exposed and discussed so we can move forward in the world for a more peaceful and prosperous world. But also, on the other side, through that debate, there needs to be a shining of the light on this hate, this absolute hate that Nick has. There's something wrong with what Nick is saying. Now, I understand why he's saying it. One, he's confused. Two, he likes to be a shock jock. He's earning money on being a shock jock. And he has created followers from a youth, from a younger generation that really isn't as knowledgeable with experience to understand some of the things that Nick is saying is wrong. But that doesn't mean that everything that Nick is saying is wrong. And so the point I'm making here is that with that debate, if done properly, the negative aspects of Nick will shine through and be exposed. But also the positive things that Nick is saying will shine through and be exposed. And the negative things that Ben Shapiro and Levin are saying will be exposed, but also the positive things. This country will not be a prosperous nation under the hate and the psychology, and I would even be even more negative with Nick. I would consider it even pathological. There's a pathological problem with his critique of society. It's not his stance on society would lead to less productivity, less economic prowess, less innovation, less exploration. Nick, from my observation, and I don't know a whole lot about him, but from my observation, it just seems as though there is going to be this big event with him, and he will implode. because of his shock jockness. Plus, what's giving him such notoriety is the youth. And once the youth stops listening, he loses his viewers. So Levin and Shapiro are thinking, well, just don't engage. Don't engage. And then eventually maybe he'll go away. No, Nick Fuentes will be around for a little while. I don't know. Maybe the next Alex Jones. But there will be an event in the future where he implodes. The thing is that his ideas need to be challenged, and people should not be fearful of engaging in those discomforting situations. Israel is not lily white, and that needs to be discussed. But this perspective that Nick has is also not the correct path. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will bring down inflammation and help your lipid profile. It'll help to bring down LDL levels and help to increase your HDL levels. And by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. In addition, by bringing down systemic inflammation, you're helping your immune system and also brain function, because when you're bringing down inflammation at the brain level, you're reducing the stress on the neuron. Digestive enzyme complex helps the health of your pancreas. As we get older, our pancreas doesn't function as properly, no matter how healthy you are. Digestive enzyme complex will break up the carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids to allow you to absorb your nutrients and reduce the load on your digestive system and your pancreas. Bromelain is also in digestive enzyme complex, which is an enzyme that will help to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. And digestive enzyme complex has the proteolytic enzymes to help to break up glycoproteins, which is super important. And this is the reason why I said to my audience, please take the digestive enzyme complex during the crisis of 2020. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract and the digestive enzyme complex. And get the collagen. Collagen is dual purpose. It'll help with your skin, your nails, your hair. It'll also help with your musculature and your bone density and your joint health. This is a month supply. Take it every day and do some resistance training. Please go to my store, use discount 5 and get $5 off any order. Click the link in the description of this video and all my videos. Go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Alrighty. Now, let's listen into expert warns Trump, do not step foot on Chinese soil. I don't know what the context is.
What are you doing in a meeting that could have been an email? Losing interest. And what are you doing when you're keeping money in a traditional savings account? You're losing interest.
Welcome back. The U.S. impact on China as China's economy is feeling the tariff sting. Beijing's global exports down better than 1% last month, according to reports, compared to last year. This is the first year-over-year decline in monthly exports since last March. China's total October imports coming in just over $215 billion, compared to exports at $305 billion. Beijing feeling pressure to increase domestic spending now to stabilize growth, as shipments to the U.S. fell more than 25% year-over-year. Joining me now is Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow Gordon Chang. Gordon, good to see you. You think this is a real indicator of what's going on in China? Your reaction to this export-import report?
The reason why this is so important, Maria, is because exports are the only hope for the Chinese economy. We know that China's super efficient factories produce far more than China can absorb. And we're seeing this, for instance, with the deflation numbers. So clearly China needs to sell. And if it can't sell to the world, the Chinese economy will fail. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, let's jump in here because China tries to be all tough, but they are so reliant on exports to the United States. That's one of the major leverage points this country has.
No question about it, Maria. And they've tried for a decade, I would say, Gordon knows better than I, to boost domestic purchasing, domestic demand, and have been unable to do so. Gordon, after the trade agreement that was crafted a couple of weeks ago, President Trump talked about going to China. Do you think that's a good idea? I worry that the optics of our president visiting Beijing right now would be all wrong. What do you think?
I certainly agree with you, Liz. The Chinese, this is mentality going back thousands of years. It's when you have the vassals, those people who recognize China's grandeur go to the Chinese capital. And this is exactly the way China has shown this every time that we've had an American president go there. So we've got to recognize that this feeds into China's narrative that the United States has done. President Trump should not go to China, especially when China is deliberately killing Americans with fentanyl. So there's so many issues here that need to be solved before an American president ever steps on Chinese soil.
I think just the fact that China tried to bully the United States by squeezing us on the rare earth minerals was reason enough for the president to say, no, I think I'm going to watch the situation unfold before I commit to going to China. I have to agree. But in the meantime, this president is also doing everything he possibly can to get the United States better positioned by getting the supply chains, even supply chains of rare earth minerals, in the United States. We're going to be talking with the CEO of USA Rare Earth coming up to get a better picture of how dependent we are and how long it will take for this President Trump's plan to get the supply chains here. What are your thoughts on that, Gordon?
It'll probably be a half decade before we are fully independent of China. And President Trump is moving at Trump speed on this, and he deserves a lot of credit for it. Also, pharmaceuticals. In his first term, he recognized our dependency on China for pharmaceuticals, which is even greater than our dependency for China on rare earths. So there's so much that we have to do. And Senator Rick Scott, who is chairman of the Senate Aging Committee, is now working on this problem full time. We really need to make sure we get our pharmaceutical factories back on American soil.
Yeah, and that's why I think the brilliance of the president's agenda was so important, because it's all focused on national security. And so I think President Trump knows his customer in Xi Jinping, but he's walking a fine line, knowing that we're not there yet. We cannot decouple right now. All of this as China is adding a more advanced aircraft carrier to its naval fleet. They did so over the weekend, reportedly featuring electromagnetic catapults and other new technology to strike enemy targets at greater distances, Gordon. How concerned should we be about this and their continuing focus on their military in China?
The Chinese propagandists.
Every time I open that spreadsheet, my soul left my body. I have that too, but I switched to pipe drive.
This is how I always pictured sales in my head.
The Chinese propagandists tell us that this is for taking Taiwan, but it's not, because China has so many land-based air bases in order to do that. This carrier and the two previous ones are really an indication that China intends to project force. And we know that it has territorial claims on almost all of its neighbors. So countries like the Philippines should be especially concerned by this. And it's going to be more than just 3 carriers. China is not going to rest until it has more carriers than we do.
Yeah, and that is why the White House is prohibiting certain things from happening, such as NVIDIA selling its latest Blackwell chip to China. This is critical, and it's a critical setback for Chinese companies who were relying on that specific processor to train massive AI data sets. Your reaction?
Yeah, President Trump deserves a lot of credit for not doing what most everybody thought he would do, which was to relax controls on NVIDIA's Blackwell architecture chips. The Chinese try to tell us that they are ahead of us on chips, but we know that that's not true, because DeepSeek, the AI company from China, has not released its R2 model, and they've actually said that the reason why they delayed the release is because that they were relying on Huawei's Ascend chip and couldn't get American ones. So we know that China desperately needs American chips, and we shouldn't be selling them to them, because really what we're doing is helping China bridge a period of dependency. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be supporting our own AI companies.
And it's thanks to President Trump that NVIDIA is now producing that chip in Arizona. CEO Jensen Huang came on this program telling us that there are no active discussions about selling the chip to China. He said that over the weekend, but I spoke with him 2 weeks ago just about that Blackwell chip. Here's what he said, watch.
AI is an industrial revolution, and this is the most important technology of our time, potentially the most important technology of all time. And when President Trump first took office, he wanted us to manufacture these critical technologies onshore. He wanted to reindustrialize the United States. He wants to have energy growth. He wants to make sure that the United States is a leader in artificial intelligence. And in order to do so, we need to lead in energy. We need to lead in chips. We need to lead in building AI infrastructures and factories, including lead in building AI models, of course, but also using AI in all the different applications in various industries, from healthcare to manufacturing. And so I told them that we were bringing manufacturing back. Within 9 months, with the partnership of TSMC, which is an incredible partner for the United States, Foxconn, Wistron, Amkor, and Spill, we've been able to manufacture now the most advanced AI chip in the world completely in the United States in Arizona.
This is a pretty big deal, Gordon, that they're manufacturing this in Arizona. Obviously, they want to sell to China, but there are no active discussions because President Trump said no, the chip will not go to our #1 adversary.
Yes, and President Trump, as I said, deserves a lot of credit for not raising that issue at the October 30 meeting. Now, Jensen Huang will continue to press the administration, but I hope that President Trump will stand firm on this, because selling chips to China, even the legacy chips, is not a good thing for us.
All right, Gordon, great to get your take as always. Thank you so much, Gordon.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support capitalism. Get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley has the micronutrients. This is a high-density protein. You take it every day. It'll bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, and detoxify your body. By detoxifying your body and bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals regularly, you're improving your immune system, your endocrine system, your cardiovascular system, and your brain function. If you work out, you'll recover from your workout quicker. And by doing this on a regular basis, you're actually going to slow down the aging process. Please go to my store and get the heirloom barley. Very high quality. It's important to detoxify your body every day. And be prepared for the fall and winter season. Get the drops and the lozenges. You can get it in honey and lemon, cherry flavor, blueberry, and also in elderberry zinc. Get a few bags for your household. Be prepared. Right when you have that throat irritation in the fall and the winter, take them right away. Has structural nanosilver. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's talk about the BBC boss quits.
I want to go to more now on the scandal at the BBC. Their Director General and news boss have both been forced to resign over political bias, with the network's Panorama program editing the US President Donald Trump's January the 6th speech back in 2021 to suggest he was encouraging the violence that followed. Have a look at the BBC edit and then, of course, the uncut version.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Yeah, as I showed you earlier, our ABC made a very similar edit, editing out that stuff about going down there to cheer on senators and congress people. And they went on to where he said he wanted to show strength and be strong. the BBC went further down and said that he was going down there to fight. Two very senior people have paid with their jobs. Let me bring in News Corp European correspondent and, of course, Sky News contributor Sophie Ellsworth. She's outside the BBC's headquarters, focus of so much controversy for so long, but with the Director General going and the news boss, Sophie, it's going to be a massive shake-up, isn't it? Things just might change.
Well, Chris, the BBC is in crisis today. As we know, the two top bosses resigned last night in disgrace. And now there is a massive spotlight on the BBC yet again because they've been accused of institutional bias for a series of reports, including that report you clearly outlined in your editorial about the Trump documentary that was on their Panorama program. But today, just some of the front pages here. Chris, you know I love showing them to our viewers.
Fantastic.
Here on the front of the Sun, the big boss quits. We've got this one over Trump lies. And then we've got the Daily Mail here. BBC bosses quit in disgrace. I mean, these are just a couple of the key newspapers here in London today. Every front page is about the BBC's disgraceful conduct. And the fact here, Chris, that these instances seem to keep occurring where they're accused of bias or something goes wrong and they take too long to apologise or address the situation. And the Telegraph in the UK, he put immense pressure on the BBC last week about this documentary relating to Trump. And finally, the bosses have resigned.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And as I've highlighted at the top of this program, a very similar edit to the very same speech means the ABC have got to answer questions here. Now, they say they've done nothing wrong, but I think there's going to be an outcry over what they've done with that same speech. Fascinating to see that play out in the BBC because the issues are so similar. The organisations, really, and the way they conduct themselves are so similar, the BBC and the ABC. But I want to go back to the royal scandals now, Sophie, and these revelations that the former Prince Andrew used to have prostitutes coming to Buckingham Palace, and if that's not scandalous enough, the suggestion is the Queen would have known about this and done nothing about it.
Yes, these reports have emerged here in the UK. Chris, it's never a dull moment here with Prince Andrew, or formerly Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And now there's these allegations that he had prostitutes in at Buckingham Palace and that his late mother did know about it. And these reports emerged from the author of the new book entitled Andrew Lowney, a British author and historian who I spoke to in detail a couple of weeks here in the UK. I spoke to him, Chris. But the scandals surrounding Andrew just never end. And the leaking around Andrew and his former wife, Sarah Ferguson, continues. We know that he's moving out of the Royal Lodge. But he is very much on the outside now of the royal family. He will not be seen in public for a very long time. He's gone into exile, really, and we know that he'll be moving to Sandringham, possibly in the new year. So the bad headlines just continue for him. And sadly for the royal family, they cannot shake this, Chris.
It'd be almost impossible for him to hide. I suppose the expectation is that on the Sandringham estate, there'll be security around there. He basically just live his life there for a while and have to sneak out if he ever wants to go anywhere.
Well, Chris, it's a big estate. There's plenty of places you can stay there. It's not like he needs to go down to the local shop and buy his milk and newspapers and bread. He can get that done for him, but he will not be seen out in public. He won't be at the Christmas celebrations that they have in Sandringham, and that's really key, Chris, because the talk is that he won't move there until the royal family and Christmas has passed to avoid that awkward exchange. But he cannot shake these bad headlines, that's for sure.
Whoa, wow. They're keeping the awkward uncle right away from everything. Thanks for joining us, Sophie. Fascinating stuff. Sophie Ellsworth there all over in the UK.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. Lignans is a powder. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water. Take it every day, and this will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, help with your immune system and your endocrine system. Taking this every day is a great way to boost up your immune system to be prepared for the fall and the winter season. Please go to my store and get the lignans.
it's never. So it's easier for airlines to find accommodation on alternative flights, but once you get a 10%, that's an actual that's going to start making a difference in terms of whether people get rebooked onto alternative flights the same day or have to go on to the next day, and that could lead to serious disruption.
It was August of 1981 when President Reagan fired the 11,000 air traffic controllers who were striking. This was not a government shutdown, right? This was, they were on strike about contract matters. And he was, regarded by many as handling that well. Is this what's in the president's mind right now? Is he thinking back to Reagan, 81, despite the lack of parallels?
So when we were reporting the story on the Newark air issues and essentially the air traffic controller shortages, a lot of people talked about how 1981 was a precipice for the air traffic control industry, where you suddenly had a shortage of air traffic controllers filtering into the system. And that sort of had a knock-on effect until this day, because the air traffic controllers retire out and then there's a fresh batch of replacing those controllers. And the shutdown sort of has an impact on the intake of those new controllers. And at the moment, there's a shortage of controllers. So it would be not the greatest idea to sort of get rid of air traffic controllers who are fully trained and actually capable of directing traffic, especially when we've got a shortage of air traffic controllers in this country.
Yeah. Well, you wonder, too, if they're going to get a raise because he's recommending one. Hey, Sid, thank you. You've been great. We'll be calling Sid Phillip up at World Headquarters in New York. Got our eyes on Capitol Hill with regard to all of us lawmakers, I'm sure, would like to have a say. And we haven't even had a chance to mention yet what's happening on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. We thought we would call up Michelle Giamrisco to talk about that, because it's not very often President Trump has, and he's dealing with this shutdown stuff as well, presumably, has a world leader come visit the Oval Office without the press being brought into the room. We kind of just assume that's going to be the case. It's not today, as he has the president of Syria, the guy who had a $10 million price on his head here in the United States, said to be a terrorist until recently. Now he's apparently an ally. Described as once unthinkable in the tip sheets this morning. Michelle Giamrisco covers the White House for us and national security. It's great to see you. Is this an ally of the United States, and what are they talking about?
Well, ally is certainly a stretch, I think,
Okay.
in military jargon as well. But yeah, the optics would be strange if it were to open up to see President Trump next to President al-Shura, because indeed the timeline has been quick. I mean, just last week it was the designated terrorist blacklist designation was lifted by the State Department. That also followed UN Security Council at the U.S.'s urging, taking off some sanctions. Now, al-Shura still has an uphill battle, and the U.S. does, the White House does, in getting Congress to erase some of the comprehensive sanctions that have been in place on Syria. But yes, this is a remarkable turn of events, and it all kind of speaks to the president's effort, of course, and in the Middle East and in a lot of these conflict situations to try to be the peacemaker and to bring some sort of deal to the situation. So
there's the idea to have another long-term ally in the region if things work out here, or is this more transactional?
There are things to be had on both sides. So we reported this morning, we had a U.S. official confirm early reporting by the Wall Street Journal that Syria will be signing on to a U.S.-led coalition to defeat Islamic State terrorists. But, again, this is a guy, al-Shura, who used to lead an affiliate of al-Qaeda. So this is someone that, it's kind of a big move, to say the least, to enlist this leader to kind of come to the aid of the U.S. in counterterrorism efforts. So there's that to be had. There's also, what Trump likes to talk about. One of his signature diplomatic achievements in the first term was the Abraham Accords, or he likes to call them the Abraham Accords. But he has been, of course, Trump has been pressuring Syria and others in the region to sign on to that pact, which of course would normalize relations with Israel. So that's another big item on the U.S.'s side. And meanwhile, Syria has to like that al-Shura just only came to power, less than a year ago. He's now earning reprieve from sanctions and from terrorist designations that he didn't have previously. So it kind of dovetails with what he was addressing the United Nations about a couple months ago. in terms of trying to get Damascus to be seen as not an exporter of crisis, as he said, but an opportunity for peace in the country and in the region. So we'll see where this goes from here. But certainly a remarkable and stunning turnaround to have him at the White House today.
It's amazing what the president has said about him. This is after they first met in May. President Trump, tough guy. This is a quote, very strong past, fighter.
Right.
What do you make of the decision not to let reporters in the room?
Well, I mean,
what would we see if we were in there?
I'll say this is one of those occasions where we shouldn't be surprised either way.
No.
This morning, up until this meeting started, which the White House said it did in the last hour.
It was close to press.
It was close to press, but we didn't know. Maybe at any moment, even Trump could decide, let's have the reporters in here. But certainly, I mean, you can understand why it wouldn't be open to press, or understand the reasoning behind that from the White House's side. It's still very sensitive optics, given all what we just discussed. So, we'll have to see what comes about from this, but it certainly kind of plays into the White House's broader strategy.
Really interesting. We'll let you know if we get a readout on this meeting. I suspect we will, maybe a truth post, or if there's a news conference with the Syrian president, we'll let you know. Michelle Jamrisco with us live in Washington. Great to see you. Thank you, as always. Look for Michelle's reporting on the terminal and online. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our political panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano off the weekend with a government shutdown apparently set.
Rick Davis, my God. One of the dumbest people in politics. All right, let's listen into The Right Take. This was published 28 hours ago about, did New York City just elect someone who hates capitalism?
I've got culinary chaos on my Christmas list. Tournament of Champions All-Star Christmas. For the first time ever, All-Star.
Texas. Sorry, Zoran Mondani, recently in a conversation I had with him, he said something that I wanted to play for you. Here he is. Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism.
All right, let's stop right there. Did you catch that? New York City, the financial capital of the world, just elected someone who openly admits he doesn't like capitalism. That's not a joke. That's reality. And here's the thing. This isn't about labels. This is about results. When you have a mayor who starts from the position of, I don't like capitalism, you've already lost. Because capitalism isn't some abstract ideology. It's just freedom. Freedom to work, create, invest, and keep what you earn. When you're against that, what exactly are you for? Let's continue with the interview.
I look forward to meeting with Jamie Dimon and meeting with anyone who is concerned about the future of our city and is invested in the vitality of that same city. I think it is critically important that we start to embody a style of leadership that does not demand agreement across every single issue in order to even have a conversation.
You've been doing this job a long time, okay? But this is a new challenge, right? When he says, he wants a leadership that doesn't demand agreement across every single issue in order to have a conversation, that's one thing. But back to what he said a moment ago, can you agree to disagree on something as fundamental as capitalism?
Look, I don't know what he means by capitalism, and when I read a lot of people, they say that these flaws are capitalist flaws. They're not. Public policy works. There's income problems in communist countries and socialist countries and healthcare problems in communist countries. There are bad policies that cause those outcomes. It's not necessarily capitalism. So when you say, what is your goal? Look, I want to lift up all citizens.
Well, you've talked about income inequality.
Of course. I think we have a problem. I think we have not lifted up the bottom 20% of society because their schools aren't working. We got to acknowledge that. How do you fix the schools? You got to acknowledge the problem. Their income didn't go up enough. I would double the earned income tax credit. The crime is worse in those neighborhoods. So while they're being lectured to by other people, they're the ones who go to crime-ridden neighborhoods. The schools don't teach them job skills. So yeah, we need to fix those things. Those things, in my opinion, are not Democrat, they're not Republican, they're not flaws of capitalism, they're not flaws of socialism. They are bad policy, badly executed. And
Jamie Dimon is absolutely right here. The problems in our cities, crime, failing schools, income inequality, these aren't failures of capitalism. These are failures of bad government policy, period. Those schools aren't working because they're government monopolies with zero accountability and zero competition. The solution isn't more government control. which is exactly what Mamdani wants. The solution is getting government out of the way so people can actually work, earn, and build wealth.
And so anyone who wants to fix those things, I'm all in. This mayor here, that was all he cared about. I want to fix the potholes, I reduce crime, I want the schools to work, I want big jobs. And you know what? Unemployment here, 23% to 7%. And this city gone bankrupt.
Right.
And now it's investment grade.
And they did it, as you point out, right? One of the first calls that Mayor Duggan here in Detroit made was to you. And they were.
I called him.
You called him, I'm sorry. And you talked, he rolled out the red carpet. He wanted you here. He wanted other big business here. He did things like tax incentives. Obviously, what we've heard from on policy in New York has been something different. Increased corporate tax rate, increased individual taxes at the high end. But in the context of what you've done here in Detroit, right? $2 billion that you've invested over the past dozen years. Mamdani said something else last night that hits right here in this room where we're sitting, and I'll play that.
We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve.
Okay, so obviously I picked that for a specific reason. Detroit came back from bankruptcy and has passed, 11 consecutive balanced budgets under Mayor Duggan here. The population here is growing for the first time in nearly 60 years. But the reason for all that, I would imagine you believe, is because the problem was too big for government to solve alone, right?
Yeah, I think, first of all, the government and business have to collaborate. If you just think one alone is going to fix the problem, you're probably not going to succeed. And government, and I'm not talking about the city government has to, they take your money, they should say what they took it for, what was the outcome. So we don't acknowledge that the inner city schools in New York aren't doing a good job for those kids. That's number one. I don't care if you're a union member, a parent, someone like me, we have a problem. Then you decide how to attack that problem. How do you get from the job and skills? And there are things that work. We learn things that work in Paris. We learn things that work in Dallas. We think the things that work in the aviation high school near Jackson Heights, where I grew up. That's what I care about, is getting the policy right that actually matters, and that can help the city.
There it is. Detroit went bankrupt, completely bankrupt. And what brought it back? Not more government spending, not more government programs. It was collaboration between government and business. Mayor Duggan rolled out the red carpet for companies like J.P. Morgan. Tax incentives, lower taxes, private investment. Unemployment went from 23% to 7%. The city went from bankrupt to investment grade. Now contrast that with what Mamdani said. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve. That's not just wrong. That's the exact opposite of what actually worked in Detroit.
The city, getting the policy wrong will be a disaster.
What's to show? You have money. I get it. Well, these days, we have ways to see things more clearly. Fascinating. Now we can anticipate its off.
City, getting the policy wrong will be a disaster. So, government, the heavy-handed government has failed in so many things, and that we should acknowledge that. So, when you look at America, they look at this, what they talk about DC, the swamp of DC. They want to know what happened to their money. How come the FAA is antiquated? How come the Veterans Affairs doesn't do a better job for its citizens? How come affordable housing is not affordable? How come we can't build pipelines that create cheap, good, low CO2 gas in New York City? How come we can't build new schools? How come we already spend like $800 billion in K-12, and then we complain about it? And I can go on and on and on, where, other than maybe the military, the government's got a lot of speaking up about what they're doing with your money. Is it efficient? Is it effective? How is it being used? And sometimes, as a business person, I always ask first, am I always thinking I'm doing well before I ask more?
Listen to what Diamond just listed. The FAA is antiquated. The VA fails veterans. Affordable housing isn't affordable. We spend $800 billion on K-12 with terrible results. And here's his key question. Are you spending well before you ask for more? That's basic accountability, but government doesn't work that way. Government says every problem needs more funding, more programs, more bureaucracy. New York already has massive government spending. The problem isn't that government is too small. The problem is it's inefficient, unaccountable, and implementing policies that don't work.
I know you had a brief conversation with Zoran Mamdani, or at least he told me that you did. And I got the impression it was pretty recent. Yeah.
No, but it was a long time ago because I had not gone to a meeting. I was just telling him I didn't not go to avoid him. I was out of the country. And I said, feel free to call me. And we have not spoken. I left a message today.
You left a message today? Yeah. Okay. So obviously you're willing to meet with him anytime.
If I find, I will, then if I find it productive, I'll continue to do it.
Bottom line, Jamie Dimon is being diplomatic because he has to be. He's got $3 billion in that New York skyscraper and 24,000 employees.
It's not just New York. He also does banking around the world, and he's doing banking with some countries that are a little bit more socialistic than our liking. And that's the reason why he has to walk on eggshells. But the bottom line is this. The only way out of a society that's unproductive is to use capitalism. You know what's going to happen? Okay, in New York, all right, in New York, what we have is Animal Farm, all right? You got Mondani, he's going to be Napoleon the pig, all right? And then you got Letitia James, she's going to be one of the dogs in Animal Farm, barking up a storm, preventing the other animals from uprising Napoleon.
He can't just leave. But here's reality. New York City just elected someone who opposes the economic system that made New York possible. Someone who wants to raise taxes when businesses are already fleeing to Texas and Florida. We've seen this before. Detroit figured it out. They brought in business, cut regulations, created incentives. It worked. New York is going in the opposite direction. And the people who will suffer most are the ones Mamdani claims to want to help. The people who need jobs, safe neighborhoods, functioning schools. You can't tax and regulate your way to prosperity. New York's about to learn that the hard way. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. This is very important for your immune system, your cardiovascular system, and brain function. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric. By bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're helping the health of your neurons. If your neurons are stressed, if they are in a pro-inflammatory environment, the myelin sheath will start to degrade and your neuron will be less functional. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Boost up that immune system, especially for the fall and the winter season. And guess what? If you stack turmeric with ashwagandha root and lignans on a regular basis, you're going to be slowing down the aging process. It's one of the key pillars of my anti-aging protocol. Let's listen to the Harvard Kennedy School Ash Center visiting fellow.
But it is also realistic because this thing over 40 days has got to come to an end, and policy change was not in the offing. That said, there is a big win here for Democrats, and I want to underscore that. It is always about framing, and the Democrats have framed that they are the party for the working, the average, the middle class. They are concerned about health care. They are concerned about costs. And this is while the president is, I don't know, zooming around on Air Force One, flying close to Commander Stadium, on taxpayers' dimes, rebuilding, ballrooms, holding Gatsby parties. So it is about framing, and I think that will hold the Democrats in good stead as they look towards 26. But of course, they're not going to get that policy when they want. So who would have thought they would? You'd have to be crazy because we have a long history of shutdowns. They always end this way.
Well, coming off a big night on Tuesday, the whole narrative, Rick, last week was Democrats are winning. Donald Trump, who we see there at the football game yesterday, called Senate Republicans to the White House to say, you guys need to open the government. This is because of the shutdown and the fact that I was not on the ballot. Now we hear from Elizabeth Warren. Republicans in Congress extended tax breaks for billionaire corporations, but refused to extend tax credits to lower health costs for working people. The deal is a mistake, says Elizabeth Warren. Gavin Newsom, maybe the 28th presidential nominee. Tonight's Senate vote on the federal government shutdown should have been a time for strength. Instead, we saw capitulation and a betrayal of working Americans. Rick, why take this kind of flack when you were winning in elections across the country last week?
Yeah, a memo to these Democratic leaders. If it's going to happen, be for it.
this is a classic DC axiom. And the real part of it that I like is if it's going to happen before it early. And that's what these 8 Democrats figured out. Sooner or later, this is going to end. And we want to be the ones that put a spike to it, because at the end of the day, yes, they had a great Tuesday last week, no doubt about it, across the board, really put a lot of vigor in their step, proved that the Democrats could win again, probably one of the single most important things. And yet at the same time, they could only press this, government shutdown so far. And with the, ACA subsidies spiking, the air traffic controllers leaving, the fears that the public have about, government shutdown. I'm shocked that only these 8 figured out the game, which is, let's change the topic, take the pressure off the American public, and start focusing on some of these policy issues that Jeannie was talking about, because that is where you have your strength. And regardless of whether you win or lose on them, the last thing you want to do is tell the American public, we're not going to open up government, basically like they said they were going to do all along, when we have the wind at our back. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a political issue for Democrats running for the primary, but kudos to these 8. It's very much the similar crowd that voted with Republicans to kill the last long government shutdown in 2019. So, kudos to them for crossing the aisle. That's what they should have done.
No, God knows it helps when you're not running for re-election. We just got a statement, speaking of the pressure at the airport, Jeannie, from American Airlines CEO, COO rather. Our air traffic controllers deserve to be paid. We will never compromise on safety. American Airlines is now making reductions for future dates, even with the light apparently at the end of the tunnel here. Combined operations saw about 1,400 cancellations and over 57,000 delay minutes, presumably since Friday when the capacity cuts began. Jeannie, President Trump on Truth Social's kind of lashing out at air traffic controllers. He's telling them they must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked, he writes. For those controllers who were great patriots, didn't take any time off, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our company, to our country. For those that did nothing but complain, he says, and took time off, even though everyone knew they would be paid in full, I am not happy with you. And says you will have a negative mark, at least in my mind, against your record. What's going on here, Jeannie? Does the president have the power to do that?
It is a classic misreading of the room on Donald Trump's part, and something he's been doing right along this last month, in my estimation. There is no evidence of or world in which you had air traffic controllers staying home because they were protesting politically. You have people staying home because they have rent to pay, they have food to put on their table, they have children to take to doctors, and they too need a modicum of the money that Donald Trump has in which to run their lives, and they were not getting paid. So there is no evidence that people were staying home because they were patriotic, they were unpatriotic, or they were in bed with the Democrats. This is about living. This is about paying their bills. This is about winter coming and having to pay for heat and electricity. And so for him to come out and say this is stunning. And there's so much about this that is just mind-boggling, including the fact if you were going to get $10,000 bonuses, why didn't you say this when the shutdown started so that these people stayed in their role? And so there were no shutdowns at the or slowdowns at the airport. So Joe, I've got a lot on this. Yeah.
That was pretty good. And maybe next shutdown you will. $10,000. I don't know where he's going to get that. Rick, did Donald Trump think he was invoking Ronald Reagan in 1981? How does he think this is going to play?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think this is pretty simple. Technically, in addition to the Democrats gave and the Republicans gave, right? They originally weren't going to give these kinds of benefits to furloughed workers and things like that the Democrats got successfully in this CR. assuming it actually gets to Trump's desk. And so he's got to complain about something. And, you know, the way I read this is I wouldn't have agreed to this deal if you guys hadn't struck and shut down the, national air traffic system, which is basically Duffy's argument, is that, we've had to cut back 20% of these flights by Thanksgiving because you guys aren't showing up for your jobs. So it's just casting blame. I think there's much more to it. And who knows if any of this stuff's ever going to come to fruition. But I take it as on its surface. It's like Donald Trump had to blame someone for agreeing to a deal that he otherwise didn't agree to a week ago.
Boy, for those of you who did nothing but complain. Jeannie, we've got less than a minute. Is this government reopened by the end of the week?
Gosh, I hope so. And I have to disagree with Rick on Sean Duffy. I was a real world fan, and Sean Duffy was much more, he was much more sympathetic and empathetic to those traffic controllers than Donald Trump and his boss. So, but yeah, hopefully we're open at least by Wednesday or Thursday.
You mentioned Donald Trump's big night at the game. Were you at the Commanders game, Rick? Or no?
No, I was not.
All right. Just the smartest guy in the room. You know who was? Producer James was there. He saw that flyby, shaking the rafters. Air Force One, it was like the lowest flyby in the history of sporting events, with the president, of course, on board. And I mentioned all of this. Rick and Jeannie will be back in our second hour here, of course, on Balance of Power. Thank you both. I mentioned all of this with news. Just hitting the terminal here. Brian Dable is out as the Giants head coach. Maybe we need to fly over Giants Stadium. We'll talk more about that straight ahead. I suspect Alexis will have more on that coming up as well. In our second hour, we're also going to be joined by a member of the House who's about to be faced with this deal, Greg Stanton, Democrat from Arizona. Straight ahead here on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root will bring down cortisol levels and help you to control your blood glucose levels. There are too many people in the United States that have insulin resistance. Please take my advice, do proper exercise, proper diet, and take ashwagandha root. Control those cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. And by doing that, you're helping your cardiovascular health and you're helping your immune system. Please go to my store, take the ashwagandha root. This is part of a protocol to slow down the aging process. Now let's listen into the BBC crisis.
The speech by US President Donald Trump in a BBC documentary has grown into a full-blown scandal, with two of the corporation's top bosses announcing their resignations. The BBC's Director General, Tim Davie, and its news CEO, Deborah Turness, both stepped down on Sunday. The controversy has raised new questions about impartiality at the British public broadcaster.
A crisis unprecedented in the long history of the BBC. The corporation's Director General, Tim Davie, and new CEO Deborah Turness both stepping down. At the heart of the meltdown lies a BBC Panorama documentary, which used parts of a speech by US President Donald Trump made shortly before the January 6 US Capitol riots. A leaked internal memo said the documentary edited Trump's words, implying he encouraged the rioters, while omitting a section where he called on his followers to make their voices heard, peacefully and patriotically. Trump responded to the resignations on his Truth Social platform.
These are very dishonest people who tried to step on the scales of a presidential election. On top of everything else, they're from a foreign country, one that many consider our #1 ally. What a terrible thing for democracy.
As a publicly funded broadcaster, the BBC is obliged by its charter to report impartially. But critics from both left and right have repeatedly accused the corporation of bias. While acknowledging mistakes, former new CEO Deborah Turness dismissed claims that the BBC is institutionally biased.
I asked Birgit Mars, our correspondent in London, just how big a crisis this is for the BBC.
It is a big crisis and definitely headline news here in the UK. The BBC is one of the most trusted news brands in the world. And in the UK, it's part of the fabric of democracy, and trust in the BBC sits at the heart of it. And that obviously builds on impartiality. So the suggestion that a mistake was made when President Trump's speech was reported, possibly inadvertently, but that somehow the truth was distorted, that is a grave mistake. And the question is why there was no apology, why this crisis was basically starting to unfold and now ends, maybe not ends, but now we have a new stage in this crisis with these two high-profile resignations.
That's right, they really are very high profile. So where did the pressure come from to force these two very senior bosses, the head of the BBC and the CEO of BBC News, where did the pressure come from to force them to resign?
Of course, this is still unfolding. Insiders say it comes from within the board of governors, basically the oversight of the BBC, and the outgoing Director General actually warned not to weaponize the BBC. So the row is really over impartiality, not just about this particular incident, but there are allegations of wider impartiality. So the BBC has in recent years come under a lot of scrutiny, as of other news organizations as well, in an increasingly polarizing debate on lots of issues. For example, the Brexit coverage was a big point of content here in the UK, and the BBC had come under pressure from the left and the right about bias in that coverage. That then also continued when the Gaza conflict was reported on there as well. The Reuters Institute, which is based at Oxford University, said that the BBC has come under intense scrutiny, and there was accusations of bias from both sides. Other issues such as trans rights or racism, or also reporting on climate change, all these are very hotly debated issues where news organizations, generally public broadcasters, under more scrutiny because they are funded by a license fee, they're publicly funded, and yes, the BBC has been under a lot of scrutiny there.
The outgoing head of BBC News, Deborah Turness, said in a statement that recent allegations that BBC News is institutionally biased are wrong. I'm quoting there. Can you tell us how people in the UK feel? I mean, do people believe that the BBC is biased?
There, I think it's quite good to look at the polls, and again, the Reuters Institute at Oxford University, they are doing in-depth research on the trust of news brands, and they are saying that the BBC is still one of the most trusted news brands, and it's also where people actually crucially go when they want their facts checked. So the BBC is not as highly trusted as it was maybe decades ago. The same goes for other institutions in the UK, but it's still much more trusted than journalists generally. So it just reflects that there is a debate on news, there is a debate on what is true and what is not true. That is definitely going on here in the UK, and the BBC is at the forefront of this.
Birgit Mars in London. Birgit, thank you so much.
From Brian Daboll, ESPN reporting that Daboll has been fired as the head coach of the Giants in the midst of his fourth season at the helm. Offensive coordinator Mike Kafka will reportedly be named interim head coach. President Trump said the hundreds of billions of dollars paid to health insurers under the Affordable Care Act should go directly to the public. That's not sitting too well with some insurance companies. We've got shares of Centene, Molina Healthcare, and Oscar Health all lower. In fact, Oscar Health down now 16%. And Instacart in the news, the grocery delivery company formerly known as Maple Bear, or formerly known, I should say, as Maple Bear, posting better than expected quarterly results. Shares are higher here today, building on earlier gains in the previous session. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Alexis in World Headquarters for us. Thanks so much. As Alexis mentioned, I'm Tyler Kendall here in Washington alongside of Joe Matthew, where we are inching closer, it appears, to reopening the government after a record-long closure. But while the Senate has passed this bill on a procedural basis, there's still a lot more that needs to get done before we see final passage. And as House Speaker Mike Johnson outlined earlier, it's definitely not a done deal.
They'll need unanimous consent from all senators to fast-track their final vote. As you know, there are some procedural hurdles that one or more could throw in the way, but we certainly hope that they won't do that because so many people across this country are desperate for the government to reopen. I'm stating the obvious to all my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats in the House. You need to begin right now returning to the bill. We have to do this as quickly as possible.
That, of course, easier said than done, knowing that we have a travel crisis and air traffic control crackdown in this country. The FAA each day is removing 1% of capacity. It started at 4% Friday, will be at 10% by the end of this week. So just getting back to Washington is going to be part of the story here. If the timeline holds, from what we understand, we could see a vote as soon as this evening in the Senate. The House would be looking at Wednesday in a best-case scenario. But let's talk to Megan Scully about this. She runs our Capitol Influence team. I don't think they ever stopped working all weekend because the Senate never went home. It's great to see you. Happy Monday. There's light at the end of the tunnel, and then we can start talking about the January shutdown. But I'll hold off on that for a minute. Do we expect to see voting tonight in the Senate? How quick did John Thune get this done?
So he needs consent from all 100 senators to move this along. We're expecting some folks, including Senator Rand Paul, who typically holds these things up, to do just that, which would then essentially put the brakes on. They have to ride out a clock, take another procedural vote, ride out the clock again. So it could be days instead of hours, but this morning Senator Thune was saying he's hoping it's the hours, measured in hours, not in days.
Have we heard from the White House on where they stand on this plan? Because while it would include the stopgap measure, reopen the government, as Joe mentioned, to January 30th, it also appears to have this pullback when it comes to the firing of federal workers, which of course is in policy that this White House really championed.
Yeah, so we have not heard anything as of yet from the president himself. We are hearing rumblings from the White House that he is on board with this. Senator Thune said that the compromise had been floated with President Trump last night, and that he expects Trump to sign it if and when it eventually makes it to his desk.
What's it like in the leadership offices right now, for Democrats, that is? Because these 8 senators broke ranks, right? Chuck Schumer was still a no, and Hakeem Jeffries just made it pretty clear that he's going to stay a no. They don't like what's going on here, but they've not managed to keep everybody from voting a certain way. There you have on your screen on Bloomberg TV the 8, including Dick Durbin, by the way, in the leadership, who decided to just say, let's get this done. What does this mean for Chuck Schumer now to lose 8 votes like this? A lot of folks are calling for him to step down. We hear this type of thing when voting doesn't go a certain way, but how confused is this in the leadership office?
So I think that it's telling, Tyler said it at the top of the hour that none of these 8 are up for re-election next November. That is key here. And to me, indicates that there was some game of chess being played as to who was going to step up and kind of hold their nose and vote for this. Senator Durbin, as you mentioned, is a member of leadership. He is not one you would typically see voting with Republicans on an issue. He is, however, an appropriator, and most importantly, he is retiring. So that makes him a safe vote. I think that that was all built into the calculus here. Of course, Schumer got blasted just months ago when he acquiesced to Republicans and kept the government open back in March amid concerns that Trump was too powerful and too popular at that moment. This, though, has been going on for some 41 days, and the calculus is changing, particularly as people go without their food benefits.
So that's the Senate. What are you watching for when this gets over to the House, not just on the Democratic side, but also I'm wondering about House conservatives that weren't able to negotiate some of these spending levels and the bills that are tied to this.
So things like the RIFs, the fired federal workers that you mentioned, some of the spending aspects of this could really cause some consternation, particularly with members of the House Freedom Caucus. We're seeing some tepid support, but that's far from certain at this point. The House majority, the Republican majority, is so narrow that they can only really afford to lose 2 or 3 votes and still get this through if Democrats remain united in opposition. What I'll be curious to see is if they lose some Republican votes, if they pick up moderate Democrats. Now, Democrats should be having an additional vote when this finally comes up, because the representative-elect Grijalba from Arizona, who has long been awaiting her swearing in, will likely be sworn in prior to this vote.
Right, and that would make it so that Republicans can only lose 2 members of the GOP to get this through. It's always a math game. Megan Scully, she leads our Capital Influence team here at Bloomberg News. Thank you, as always. And to extend the conversation, we're going to bring in one of those stakeholders, Congressman Greg Stanton. He's a Democrat representing Arizona's 4th District and also is the former mayor of Phoenix. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us here on Bloomberg. It looks like this package is headed to your chamber later this week. Just to start out, how are you going to vote?
Well, based upon what I know and what I've read about that the agreement contains, I do not plan to support it. You know, we had taken a principled position throughout the shutdown that we desperately want the government to reopen, but we don't want to do it without also ensuring that people have affordable health care. The shutdown happened at the same time that people were receiving their massive increases in premiums under the Affordable Care Act and many other healthcare entities as well, coming right on the heels of millions of Americans losing their insurance under the One Big Beautiful Bill. It was an assault on Americans' health care, and that is a critically important fight as well. And my analysis of the agreement doesn't indicate that we're going to be able to say that we've truly supported people's health care and lowering health care costs.
So what just happened here, Congressman? Last Tuesday night was framed as a big win for Democrats. The president was upset about losses that had clearly been inspired by the shutdown. Republicans were seen to be taking the blame. By the end of the week, a jailbreak in the Senate. And I'm curious what you make of the timing here and whether you've heard anything about a vote on these Obamacare subsidies, because every Democrat we've interviewed on this program said the promise of a vote was simply not enough.
Well, the promise of the vote was only on the Senate side. Obviously, the Speaker, Johnson, has indicated that he's not going to allow that on our side. So he was not part of that agreement. That's another big reason why we should not be considering voting in favor of this. We need to ensure that we're going to have a real opportunity to lower healthcare costs. But let's talk about Tuesday, because the Democrats did win overwhelmingly on Tuesday, particularly in the purple states of New Jersey and Virginia. That wasn't about the shutdown per se. It was about the totality of what the Republicans are doing. These tariffs that are raising costs on the American people, the One Big Beautiful Bill vote that decimated health care for Americans. Mass deportation is unbelievably unpopular. I think that was a strong statement by those purple states that they are rejecting Trump and they're rejecting MAGA-type politics. And we're going to win the majority in next year's election. We're going to win it going away, because as long as these Republicans just keep doing whatever Trump tells them to do, they don't stand up for themselves. They just roll over and allow him to run everything. The American people are saying that's not the kind of politics we want to see in Washington.
But Congressman, if there was a promised vote in the House that mirrors the one that we're expecting in the Senate on extending the Affordable Care Act premium subsidies after the government reopens, would that be enough to get your vote on board now to reopen the government?
Well, it's too early to say that, because we have to know what exactly the vote would be. What would be in the vote? Would it be the Democratic proposal? We want to keep the cost of the Affordable Care Act down permanently, and I know that's a very different viewpoint than the Republicans. So I just think it's too early to answer that, because we don't know what would be in that vote. That wasn't negotiated in this agreement, and that's really a very unfortunate thing.
Congressman, the president on Truth Social was talking about health care and health insurance that's pulling shares of health insurers lower today, saying hundreds of billions of dollars in federal funding that goes to what he calls money-sucking health insurers under the ACA should be sent directly to the public. He says he's recommending to Senate Republicans that this money be sent directly to people so they can purchase their own, in his words, much better health care and have money left over. Do you know what he's talking about, and can he do that without Congress?
Of course we don't know what the president is talking about. And my feeling is, here we go again. The president with his repeal and replace politics as it relates to the Affordable Care Act. As you know, he talked about this incessantly in his first term in office, wanting to repeal it. And then they asked him, well, what would you replace it with? And he had no idea, concepts of a plan or whatever he said. The truth is the American people support the Affordable Care Act. I was part of the class of 2018 in Congress. We won 41 seats because we ran on protecting and supporting the Affordable Care Act. I cannot believe the president is doing this again. And it's wrong for the American people, it's wrong for healthcare, but politically it's good for the Democrats because we're again going to be running for Congress and we're going to win overwhelmingly by standing up and defending and supporting the Affordable Care Act. The Republicans would be much better off if they just came to an agreement with us to lower healthcare costs in America to support the Affordable Care Act, but instead they keep following Trump off this healthcare cliff. And he continues with his talk of repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act. We don't know what he's talking about, but we do know it's a step in the wrong direction.
But if this is an issue that Democrats do well on, and if this is an issue that requires time to hammer out a deal, I know that you still need to look at what this legislation in front of you this week is going to look like, but why not pass to reopen the government and then use January 30th as the new pressure point so that Democrats can make the conversation about healthcare and put forward a plan that works and gets agreement to actually enact it for the American people. In the meantime, you have money starting to flow in to alleviate some of those pressure points, like on our air traffic control system and for SNAP food benefit recipients.
Well, we're going to keep fighting to lower healthcare costs for the American people. We want to lower costs overall. We're fighting against these tariffs that are increasing costs for the American people. And we know these decisions are Republicans, both in the One Big Beautiful Bill and now the decision not to support the Affordable Care Act, not to continue with these tax credits, which make it more affordable. We know how bad it is for the American people. We're going to fight for it now and continue to fight for it. And if it doesn't get done now, we're going to continue to fight for it. This is not a one-off thing or a cynical thing. We believe passionately that we have to lower costs for the American people. And that is why, the reason why we took such a strong step in the last few weeks is because people were receiving their premium increases in the mail at that time. So we wanted to make that point that we need to lower healthcare costs. We need to get the government open. We need to do both. It's not one or the other. And that's the principled position that House Democrats have taken.
I want to ask you about air traffic controllers because someone like yourself has more than a couple of hours to fly when it's time to get back to Washington this week to vote, I guess, at some point in the coming days. The president is threatening to dock, to use his word, dock the pay of air traffic controllers who took time off, as he puts it, for the Democrat shutdown hoax. Those who did not take time off, he's recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for what he describes as distinguished service to our country. Does he need Congress to do either of those, both of those, Congressman?
Yeah, we saw with the whole Doge thing with Elon Musk and him coming in and trying to unilaterally fire a bunch of employees and do it indiscriminately, and then they had to beg these employees to come back because neither Elon Musk nor Doge actually understood what they did. This has echoes of that. Look, all of the air traffic controllers are our heroes, and many of them were not able to work the overtime that they normally work because they weren't getting paid, so they had to do child care or in some cases had to work a second job in order to have some level of income. Those air traffic controllers are the heroes of this shutdown. In fact, I went so far as to say that I actually supported Secretary Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, in lowering the number of flights at the 40 busiest airports, because safety of the traveling public has to be the highest priority. And these air traffic controllers aren't.
I wish we had more time with you.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get this in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper per ounce to get the higher ounce configuration. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day every day. When you do that, you're soaking up free radicals in your cell, in your extracellular matrix, in your bloodstream, and also in your neurons. And when you do this, your tissues will perform better. You'll prevent plaque formation at the vascular level, and you'll have more ATP and more neurotransmitters produced in the neuron for better cognition. Please go to my store and get that C60. The C60 is 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. One molecule of C60 is 1,000 times more potent than one molecule of vitamin C. Very important to understand this. And the reason why is that C60 is 60 carbons attached together, and that there's a special property with the electrons floating around on the molecule, around the molecule, that allows for an absorption and neutralization of the free radicals. Now, when this happens, you're reducing stress in the cell and your tissues. You're also allowing for the mitochondria's health to improve. And so your ATP will go up. When you have more ATP, your cells will perform better. Also, when you do this on a regular basis, you're going to notice that your immune system is better, your endocrine system is better. You'll also recover quicker after a workout if you take it before your workout. So go to my store, take a teaspoon a day every day. And when you do that, you're going to also notice that your basal layer for your skin, you're soaking up those free radicals, and the health of the basal layer will be better, and therefore your skin will improve. You will start to notice the benefits of C60 within 2 months. You're going to have more energy, and you're going to notice that your immune system, your endocrine system is improving. And within 1 year, you will see a visible difference. You will look younger. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, and extra virgin olive oil. C60 has to be in an oil to allow for the proper absorption. That's the end of my transmission. Thank you for listening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great supplements that I offer. Make sure you use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. All caps, discount number 5. You get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.